Blytheville, Arkansas. Hey, I want to thank the mayor from Blytheville and all the people from the community that work with us and everything. We really like coming to your community. We appreciate the hospitality you show us when we come to this town, and we look forward to coming back and being with you. But we couldn't do it without the airport board approving and working with us and the mayor working with us. It just takes a lot of things to do to pull one of these things off, especially when the government's involved and you're dealing with airspace. Of course, this being an active airport, one time was used to practice all the landing on aircraft carriers that all took place right here in Blytheville. And this being an active airport, we actually had flights coming in here yesterday. Some of the racers came in as Tom Coughlin makes a shot. Boy, does he. At the mile, 189.314. Tommy went a 189.314. I think that's the first time I've had a chance to see Tom this weekend. 189 at the half mile is a 163, then a 179, then a 189. Boy, these guys are figuring this gearing out. They're getting these things squared away. Course is clear as the ECTA event continues. A lot of good. Like I say, we're up near. I know we're nowhere over 100 numbers. I'm not playing a numbers game with you. I just kind of wonder myself. But you look back in the pit area, and it's definitely going and growing. You're looking rigs showing up in there. Like some of the way the guys get these motorcycles around. It's kind of cool. They build a special vehicle to pull it with and or tow it with or whatever. It's kind of cool. A little engineering going on. That means must be from some part of the country where there's a lot of snow. He's got winter to want to build one of those things. Out of Fremont, Michigan, it looks like Clark Rosenstengler is going to make a shot here. I see him moving on the track. Okay, he's picking it up now. Didn't look like he had that much speed going for him at the time, and he was over 200 mile an hour previously. Half mile to 195, I would say. So 225 at the three-quarter. 212.716 mile an hour. So something backed up on him a little bit. He had previously gone at the mile, gone to 230. He goes to 212 this time. Got to turn it back the other way. I tell you what, Clark, you and the crew, I'm sure can get it figured out because you know what the capability is there. ECTA, keep that in mind. A great place to race. Course is clear, ready for the next. It looks like Dennis Roach is going to be coming back on a Kawasaki. Dennis has made a couple of runs at the mile distance. His fastest is a 186.374. Nope, it's incorrected on that. Fred, that's your time. I apologize for that. Looking on the screen, not coming up with any numbers for Dennis. He got a good run going there. 168 at the half, quarter, three quarters, 180 at the mile, 184. 184.351. For Dennis Roach, 184.351. So Roach out of parts unknown, as they say in the wrestling world. Don't have any information on where he's from, but appreciate Dennis coming and running with us and the crew. Let's see what we got figured out. I tell you what, in this class, it looks like Fred Glamamore, I believe it is really reading the riot act to everybody. He's laid down some best runs. Devin Taylor, he's looking good. Michael Whitaker, Chris Wells, Mark Weller, he's looking good. So we got a bunch of these guys with these motorcycles up around that. They're getting up to around 240, 50 mile an hour on these rascals. Right now, we're waiting for the track to get cleared for us. We'll bring out our next participant. It's the ECTA. Happy to be in your town. Hope you're having a great day with the ECTA. Kind of a little ad there. You get that? And everything's cool. We're all right. I want to let everybody know we're about 20 minutes away from a break. We're going to take a break at 1 o'clock. We're going to take some downtime, let our people get a little bit to eat and squared away. We got a couple of interviews might be interesting to you. We'd like to talk to you at that time about them. But at 1 o'clock, that's 20 minutes from now, we're going to take a break. So if you want to get a run in before that, you need to be getting in the lanes as quickly as possible and getting suited up. It's 20 minutes from now. We're going to be shutting down for a break, so be aware of that. If you want to make a run, get to staging right now, and do not go over 15 mile an hour as you're going through any populated area. If there's any people there, 15 mile an hour is what it's all about. Motorcycle, he's got it wound up. Tom, again, the guy we're talking about, Schaefer, with the 1,500 motorcycles. Bingo, goes 100 mile an hour, little puppy. 100.840, a little Yamaha R3. I bet he's the coolest kid in the neighborhood. All the kids like to go down to Mr. Schaefer because he's got all these cool motorcycles. Doesn't run any real big power killer stuff. He runs the smaller motorcycle cubic cc motors and makes a lot of horsepower with them. Right now, we're about 18 minutes away from a break intermission, if you will. So if you want to make a run, you need to hustle that way. Schaefer, the guy's made 47 runs, I think, so far. I'm teasing with the guy. I think that's great. He gets out and gets that involved in it, and we appreciate that. But, man, he's hammering his little heart out. And he got that little thing, you got 100 mile an hour out of it, like a bear riding a football coming down through there. Ernest McAfee making a shot on a Buell motorcycle. Now listen to the sound on this bike. It's completely different than any of the bikes you've heard today. It's got that Harley type sound. Okay, it doesn't have a screaming type sound. It's more of a gruff type sound when he comes through. Let's just back off and listen to him, hit his shifts, and go at the big end. Well, I say not a big cubic inch motor. He's out there trying to make a shot. 3/4 mile, at the half mile, he's at a 126, Ernest was. Waiting for the computer to come around and catch up with us. We got him at a half mile. We got him at a one. We're going to wait and make it. Okay, at the mile, we're showing a 123.372 is what we're showing at the mile. Then we're showing at the 3/4 mile 147, and at the half mile we're showing a 132. So pretty big gaps right there, and dancing around 132 up to a 147, back down to a 123. So something's happened there with Ernest, and we'll have to wait, and then hopefully he'll get it figured out. But there's definitely a different sound in everything that runs here. The hot rods sound different than the streamliners. The Corvettes sound just quiet. They remind me of a snake coming after you. They're just quiet, and they're going to sneak up on you, but, man, are they quick and fast. Okay, here we go. We got his official time on that run. Ernest went at the half mile, 126. At the quarter mile, went a 130. Excuse me, a 127. Then we got him at the mile. Looks like a 127. Stayed the same, 920. That's what it's looking like for us. So he's off just a tick from yesterday. As we're about 15 minutes away from shutting down for a little bit again. If you want to make a run, now's the time to get into the lanes. We got 15 minutes before we're going to shut this puppy down. Everybody stop and put some food in their tummy, relax a little bit, kind of catch our breaths to give you a chance to do the same thing, and then jump back in this thing and get going again this afternoon. T-shirts, always on sale. Don't forget that. Get you some swag. Let's see if we can sell this place out. Sell these T-shirts out today. That'd be cool. You know why the girls want to sell the T-shirts out? They have to pack them up when they're through. They don't have to. So you're helping out some young ladies that don't want to do that. They got masks over there if you want. I saw that. It's kind of cool. I'm going to pick me up a mask. It's got ECTA on it. Kind of showing my colors, if you will. Got a T-shirts from other events that have passed. You can get a real good deal on those. Good garage. I call them garage shirts. You buy events you didn't go to, but you can wear the stuff around the house, and your wife doesn't get mad at you because you keep wearing the same T-shirt over and over again. Yeah, that happens to me too. Tom Dolan coming out now. He's sponsored by Ocean, I believe it is, Cycles. He's riding the Harley. Again, you're going to hear a different sound coming here. He's out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. Listen again. Listen for the sound. Good run. 138.396. I'll tell you what, Carl was enjoying every second of that. The good old days, all the time you're a kid growing up thinking about, man, I'm going to drive right down big Harleys. He did. He rode her at a 138 in Blytheville, Arkansas on this day, on this location in the world. He can be very proud of that. Plus, it was fun. So, again, trying to empty the lanes so we can go into a break. We're waiting for clearance from the down track. Virginia Beach driver doing good. Appreciate you guys coming from all over the country. I mean, and gals. The distance you travel, we appreciate it. We understand it's not a cheap endeavor to do that, but we hope we're giving you a platform to perform on that you enjoyed, that you're satisfied with. And you know you're always welcome at the ECTA. Chris Wells is going to be coming out in a minute. It's a Corvette out of Plymouth, Michigan. He's on the track now. See, he does. Ford Mustang. Boy, he was huffing and puffing. Car's still high in the air in the front. Didn't bother him. Goes to 204.592. At the mile, 204.592. At the mile and a quarter, get this, he was still pulling 213 at the quarter, mile and a quarter, 213.980. Gearing, he found it, figured it out real quick. Half mile is a 174, 3/4 of a mile, 190. Then you jump to a 204 at the mile and goes to a 213 at the mile and a quarter. It's been last couple of years working on a ZR1. He likes working on the track. Chris recently retired and is ready to turn the hobby of racing into a new career with CT Performance. Keep him in mind. Yeah, he's one of our sponsors. Keep Chris in mind and make it happen. He's retired. He's got him a lathe, got him some equipment and everything. You might want to team up with somebody and help them build their program as he's building his. You could help him, he could help you, and everybody goes racing with CTA. On the track now, Ken Madagascan, I believe it is, 2020 Chevy. This guy's telling you about. See what number he gets now. Boom! This old boy's climbing the ladder, man. I tell you what. He goes to 163 at the half, 182 at the 3/4, 194 at the mile, and a 194.42 0.26 at the mile and a half. Now, yesterday, this guy couldn't get this thing. He was working on it, and as he makes each run, I can see him improving this vehicle. And he's come up from a 140-mile-an-hour car with that Chevrolet now at a 194. So they're hammering and nailing, doing something right over there. So they're definitely picking up the horsepower. Goober Racing comes out now. As Ken finished, he was part of the Goober Racing operation. We understand we got a clear course ready for the next vehicle to come. We're down to 10 minutes, only 10 minutes remaining before we shut the track down and go into a mode of hold. So if that being the case, we want to remind you again, if you want to get in, now's the time to go. We're still waiting for the Texas boys to unload, the Michigan boys to unload. We're waiting for the boys from the Carolinas to come in. They're all here. It's kind of like a dance right now. Everybody's waiting for the other guy to move. And I got a feeling when one guy moves, boom, the heat will roll in. Everybody will be ready to go at that point in time, and we'll let you know when it happens. We're enjoying it. Hope you are too. Want you to remember about our sponsors. Keep the guys from CompCam in mind, man. I tell you what. You want to go fast, pick up a phone and call those guys and tell them what you're trying to do and what kind of sport it is, and they will tell you how to make it happen. Keep comp cams in mind. They'll take care of you. I'm telling you that right now. They always have and they always will. Want to thank the Vet Motorsports program. The guys have a program out there. I'm going to learn more about it so I can explain it to you later. But they have a program dedicated to taking veterans and working with them in the motorsport field to help them. And you don't have to be a driver or whatever. I mean, you can be a mechanic or what have you. As we get ready for Carter Voss in a little Fiat, little Lacer-looking car. He goes to 123 at the half mile, three-quarter mile, no mile, mile. Good time, 283. That car is for sale. I noticed I was walking through the pit area a while ago. So on 179, that's the best run he's made this weekend. That car was originally built by Pegasus Racing, and that's Calvin Smith out of the Bowling Green, Kentucky area. He built that car. Calvin's got a Lacer here too. His son's going to be driving a little bit later today, and he's also got a full body car that he runs here. Kind of a guy that's been around a long time doing a lot of types of racing. Built this car, sold it. You can take the body off and run it as a roadster too. It takes about 10 minutes to do that, to make the change. And there's Carter is doing a real good job with the car. They're making a lot of horsepower, that's for sure, to get that kind of speed. Those are not easy cars to drive, believe it or not, especially on concrete, because there's no suspension. And on concrete, if you're stopping things, it's got rubber strips ever so often. Thud, thud, thud. And your little bottom sits on a non-sprung rear end, buddy. That could be a heck of a ride. But he goes out, good number. We're looking at a mile to 182. As Schaefer, what did I say? You ever heard that name before? He made a run about 10 minutes ago, 7 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago. Our boy. This time he's on a Yamaha. And I bet he gets tired just getting off. He gets tired of riding back to the starting line and getting on the next bike. At the end of the day, he's probably the longest guy around because he's got to take all these motorcycles back to where he came from. Half mile to 139, 3/4 of a mile. It's like a 115. I don't know, mile an hour. Not. He went through the traps. We got that, but we're waiting to pull a number on him. Okay, here we go. At the quarter, maybe went on 1. No, we're dancing around again with some numbers here. Engineers have gone checking to find out what the deal. He danced around, had a real big gain here. We're checking and find out to verify what we got. Again, we want to give you factual information. We want to make sure everybody gets the news. Course is clear. We're going to be going for about 5 more minutes, and we're going to shut the course down. And we understand we have a young lady we're going to be doing an interview with in a little bit. We need, I think her name's TC, if I'm not correct. We need to talk with her a little bit and see what's going on. Jay Bell, Pontiac Firebird. This guy made it. He was a hitter yesterday, man. He made some good time. Had a good run going. I mean, big run going, and then something went away at the 3/4 track. Hated to see it because he was laying down a shot. Let's see what it's International Red. If you're looking inside, tractor guy, look inside the car. He's got the carpet on the floors. Got the International Harvester logo on it. Looky. $160.571. 160.571. Jay Bell out of Virginia, a long way from home, riding in Howard at Precision Machine Shop work with him. He wants to thank Carl, Eric, Jake, and DLT. The car's a Nomad. The car's named Lucy. I'm sorry. How about that? Old Lucy's looking good. As Jay Bell and the crew got it squared away. And I'll tell you what, I took that car for another car. I was telling you all about the international stuff. I was wrong. That was another Pontiac. And he comes up, we'll be happy to tell you about him too. But Jay, good job. Appreciate you coming over from Virginia. Appreciate the crew. Had a chance to visit with you in the morning. Said he just wanted to go fast when he's young. About 15 years of messing around racing. He's a life member in different sanctioning bodies. He got into land speed racing through us, ECTA. And his best speed ever is a 237.000 mile an hour. So this guy's in it for the fun of it, which is the right reason. Aaron Brown. Aaron Brown in the Ford Fusion. All you NASCAR guys, you'll recognize the car. This is Con Pearson, and then all the guys drove back in the day. When Hemis had their setup with the wing, Ford had this body style, and it looks like Aaron's having a little bit of problem. It's a Ford Fusion, and God bless him, he's just having an engine back in the pit area. They just can't get this thing figured out. If any of you Ford guys are over there back in the pit area not doing anything, just kind of walking around, or you're here, or you don't have your car here or something, kind of stop over and see if you can help that guy out. He's trying. He's giving it the best he's got. It's just something we've all been there. Something just not working. I don't know what it is, and might take a set of fresh eyes to figure it out. Half mile, he's only going 84 mile an hour, so you know that he was having some problems there. He's based out of South Carolina, and hate to see him not get a better run going for himself than that. As we get ready for Peter Kieser coming out in the 47 Crossley sedan. He's out of Amherst, Maryland, it looks like. Okay, we understand this is going to be the last run before we go into break. See him moving. Okay, coming down the track. 47 Crossley, powered by, looks like a flathead Ford with the big supercharger on top. When he said first day of school, his dad took him to school in that car. How about, isn't that cool? He found it, bought it back, and made a race car out of it. That's a neat story. But the first day that guy went to school, talking about Peter now, that's the car he rode in. Everybody thought he was the coolest kid in school, man. So it's really neat when you meet people like that and you need to meet the stories. He wants to thank Borden and Perion Garage for their help. Delta, Sandy Gravel, and Mike's Speed Shop for giving him a help. He's been messing around with these things with ECTA for 16 years, and he runs a Bonneville, runs all over. We're glad to have him with us. He's kind of one of them guys that's never too old to have a happy childhood. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we understand we're going to be going down. I've got to make that official, wait for the call track to be secured. But at this time, we're going to be down, I believe, for a few minutes. I'll call back and let you know. And Right now, ladies and gentlemen, got an opportunity to talk to a young lady, TK Boyd. You're going to know that name in the future. And let me ask you a little bit about what's going on, the youngster. Number one, how old are you to start with, young lady?
I'm 11 years old.
11 years old. Where are you from?
I'm from Camden, Michigan.
Michigan. Oh, the Michigan mafia coming out of here. I knew the Michigan brought the heat down, and here you stand. Listen, you're involved with this type of racing that's relatively new called Legends Racing. How long have you been involved with that?
I just started this year.
Just started this year. Your mom and dad very involved with you with it? Well, they're very important, aren't they, to do that? Because you got to realize that's kind of where the finances come from. So whatever, and it does affect Christmas gifts. I'll tell you that. My son will verify that. How come you got in racing? You know, a pretty young lady like you. I figured you'd be cheerleading or playing soccer or volleyball or something like that. What brought the racing to you?
I started when I was 3.5, and actually my dad bought me a little quad to race on, and he told my mom that we were going to town for a little bit, and we actually went into a racetrack, and I raced for my first time at Long Road.
All right, way to go, Dad. I'm proud of you. I tell you what, I've heard that story before. I used to babysit for a boy named Nicky Hayden, and he started when he was 3.5 years old and wound up being world MotoGP champion. He sadly died in an accident a few years ago. He's out training on a bicycle and a car hit him. Runs 200 miles an hour plus on a motorcycle and goes out to train and a car hits him and everything. But Nicky was the same way. He started motorcycle racing when he was so small that they would put him on the motorcycle and they had to put a milk carton under his foot because he couldn't touch the ground. And if they took the milk carton away, if he wasn't going, he'd fall over. So he had to race. He had to go forward. See, so you're kind of that way, and it's really interesting. The parents are bringing their youngsters up in this way, because so many people like yourself, you go racing, and somebody say, "Well, this individual, she's real young." You go, "Well, she's got 7 years experience, but she's only 10 years old." Well, she's got 7 years experience. So, live something, learn something every day. Is there anything that really interests you that you really like? I'm not going to say anything about boys, because I don't want to embarrass you or anything. But is there anything you play any other sports or do anything like that?
Yes, I play softball, basketball, and volleyball. I want to play football and hockey, but Mom doesn't like that as much, so.
Mom, hang in there. I tell you what, I had a daughter play volleyball. I have 2 adopted daughters from China. One of them played volleyball, and one of them played hockey, and she was one heck of a hockey player. She came home one day, and she told me, everybody was, hey, here's the score, all this, everybody going nuts, hey, here's the score. She came home, and she said, "Dad, I got to tell you something." And I said, "What's that?" And I was just typical Dad. I was proud as could be. And she said, "I was just trying to stand up when I hit that thing." And so I call her Stand Up ever since then. But she's going to be a very successful lady and everything. It looks like you will be too. Understand you do real good in school, and that's very, very important, man, especially this day and time. You're a very attractive young lady. You're very well-mannered. Mother, congratulations to you and her father. But this is something, if you're going to get involved in motorsports like this, you need to do exactly what you're doing. This is part of the learning curve. And I think you've done a real good job today, and I appreciate you coming up and visiting with me. And is there anything specifically you'd like to say? Anything, anybody? You want to thank your mom and dad?
Yes, I want to thank my mom and dad, Aaron and the garage shop.
Okay.
Grandpa or Steve in the garage shop, because he is my crew chief, and he helped me a lot today and through the whole weekend. And just everyone that helps me throughout my racing career.
I tell you what, that's great. I'm awful proud of you. I look forward to seeing it. If nothing else, I just want you to enjoy it. Enjoy the people you meet, the things you get to do, okay? Because the good Lord blessed you by letting you be an American to start with. You're ahead of a lot of the world right now to start with. You got a great mom and dad, I'm sure. They seem to be supporting you great. You got a great attitude. So it's like anything. The streets are made of gold. All you got to do is bend down and pick it up, and I think that you're ready to do that right now. I want to thank you for coming up and being with me. I've enjoyed interviewing you, and I want to tell people, I want to say, I knew her before she turned pro, and all this kind of stuff. But keep doing good. Advice from me is keep Christ in your life and go through with that. There's basically just 10 rules in this world. If you break everything down the way I look at it, and you follow them, I think you're going to be in good shape. And I want to thank your parents for raising such a great child and wish you all the luck in the world. Okay, hon?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. interesting talk there with TK and her mom came up. She's a young lady driving the little Legends car that we've been seeing this weekend. An outstanding young lady, and there's a lot of them out there. A lot of people, they look for mentors and role models. I was explaining to her that she's a role model for other youngsters that are younger than her, and I'll tell you the same thing. You're a role model for her, as I am too. So it's just really neat meeting people like that because they're the future of our country, and God bless them all. And I hope they carry our sport on through their generation and through the next one, and so on and so forth. And I'm glad I got a chance to meet that kid. She's a rock and roller, and she told me if you're going to play the music loud, that's right, it's got to be rock and roll. We'll be getting back in touch shortly. Right now we're in the middle of an intermission. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Hope you're having a good day today. One thing about an intermission, the announcer's got to keep talking. And believe it or not, it gets tough after a while. But again, kick back, relax, enjoy the today. Thanks to the city for all their help and support, the airport board and authority. And it just took a lot of people to make this thing happen. And I hope everybody just really enjoys themselves today. I'll be getting back in touch with you in a little bit. My name's Army Armstrong. I'm glad to be part of the ECTA and the volunteer crew that work for them, and it's just really neat being here. And thank you for bringing your cars and letting us see them and watch you do your thing. It's really enjoyable for us too. So I'll be getting back in touch with you shortly. Enjoy.
great group with Vance Kirshner and Vaughn and everybody. So here you go, Kenny. Let's see what we can do here, Kenny. 161, 725 at the half mile. I told him before he needs to be about 165, but he's still doing good. 182, 445 at the 3/4 mile. Oh, and just shy. 195, 652 at the 1 mile. 195, 652 at the 1 mile, and he did not back off it at all. He was at 196, 464 at the 1 1/4. So good for Kenny there. And once again, progressively better times. His last run, he actually was in perfect time to really come pretty darn close to maybe approaching the 200. And he was at 179 at the 3/4 mile. But unfortunately, he missed a shift, or he had some kind of a hiccup, he said, between 5th and 6th. And that the last run before this, it just petered on down. So great job there at 195 there for Kenny. And I know everybody's going to be impressed except for Kenny. Kenny says he wants that too. Tom Schaefer coming up now on a Yamaha R3. So Tom Schaefer coming up on a Yamaha R3. Best of the event so far, Chris Wells has a blistering 263, 698. I almost would have to believe that had to be yesterday just due to the winds today. But let's see what Tom Schaefer can do on this Yamaha R3. And cruising down, he's at 92.975, not quite 93 at the half. Picking up a little bit, 98 at the 3/4. Here he comes right across the 1 mile mark, tucked down in, trying to get all that air down around him at 100.145. Just over 100 miles an hour, 101.45 for Tom Schaefer, breaking that 100-mile mark in his Yamaha R3. Coming up now, we got Joel Nystrom. Joel Nystrom has that 1927 Ford Model T, and I actually got to go up and take a look around this thing, and it is quite a piece of machinery. He's out of Glasgow, Kentucky, 1927 Ford Model T. Anybody has ever seen like certain movies like The Nutty Professor, any kind of the old stuff, maybe It's a Wonderful Life, you'll see a lot of these type vehicles. Ford Model T, one of the most mass-produced vehicles of all time, the Ford Model T. And getting lined up. And just waiting for him to start that run. And I was down at the staging area just about half an hour ago. I wanted to see what it looked like down there. And, boy, I'll tell you, the volunteers down there, they have their hands full. They started with 2 lanes. They went up to 4 lanes. I think they might be down to 2 again, but they really got their hands full down there, and they're doing a great job, all the volunteers in the staging lanes, and then right at the start there. So I want to give props out to the guys and the girls that are all working and volunteering down there, doing a fantastic job. And it looks like we might have had a stall out right there off of the start there. It looks like he got a little bit of jump, and he just kind of stalled and just kind of limping down the track there for Joel Nystrom in that 27 Ford Model T. And they're just going to see if they can't get him to the first turnout there. Yeah, and it looks like, he started off, and then it looked like it must have stalled right out of the starting line right there. So once again, he's only not even to the quarter mile mark. He's about an eighth of a mile maybe down in, and they're going to have to see if they can't go ahead and give him some assistance there to get him to that first turnout. Folks, don't forget, we got a whole day of racing tomorrow. I think technically till 4 tomorrow, but who knows how late we'll go. And tomorrow should be another nice day out here. A little cloud cover coming in, which actually not necessarily a bad thing. And the wind has died down just a bit once that cloud cover has come in, and the gusts don't seem to be quite as high as they were just even 15, 20 minutes ago. Let's kind of hope that stays the same. And it looks like they're going to give him a push there, give him a hand and a push, have a truck out on the track, give him a little nudge so they can get him to the first turnout. Get him cleared off. Once again, cleared off the track, and we'll continue and be underway. Don't forget, stop by the ECTA. Stop by and say hello to all the gang over there. They've got great hats, T-shirts, hoodies, sweatshirts, just great gear, and a great bunch of gang over there at the ECTA, over there at the trailer there, so you can pick up all kinds of great race gear. Not just for yourself, but makes a great present for other people as well. And he's just getting a little help there from the pickup truck so they can push him off to that first turnout. And we got the truck following him there just to make sure he gets and he's into the turn off there. Want to make sure he's clear before they give the all clear. And we get to our next competitor. Right now, Lon Hammett, and once again, I happen to be in for probably his first run of the day. I was filling in for a little bit earlier, and this is that 03 Dodge Neon, and Lou there out of Hazel Green, Alabama, and that 03 Dodge Neon, and this is once again a great example of it doesn't matter what you drive or what anybody thinks about it. You can drive something straight off the factory floor. You can customize anything you want. It's all just about a love of racing, just about love of racing. Earlier, he pulled through the 1 mile, Lon did, at 1:21.836. Let's see what he can do today. He's at 1:04.542 at the half, so he's just a little off the pace. 1:14.315, about a mile off the pace from 3/4 mile last time. Let's see what he can pull up here at the mile. Pushes through at 120.112. 120.112 for Lon Hammett in that 03 Dodge Neon. And at the 1 1/4 mile, 122.633. So he was just a little bit off at the 1 mile. He did a 121.12. He was off by about a mile an hour lower. But at the 125 mile mark, he actually ticked up. He ticked up about 0.05 a mile per hour. Hitting pretty good. He did 122.633 at the 1 1/4. Earlier he was 122.050. So down about a mile on the 1 mile at 120.112. but up at 122.633 at the 1 1/4. Adam Hogerl's coming up in his '07 Sprint car. It's a special construction. He's out of Hayes, Virginia. And Adam in this '07 Sprint car, he popped through at 107.05, 100.705, so just over 100 miles an hour earlier. And see if he can't push that up here, dealing with that little crosswind that we have. And he is cooking along, 122 at the half mile, 134 at the 1 3/4, and comes blasting through. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, how about this? Adam goes 140.121. You heard that right, 140.121. And you heard me before, his last run, he did 100.7. Up 40 plus miles an hour. He's got to be grinning from ear to ear. Got to be real happy with that. Adam Hoger on that '07 Sprint car special construction, 140.121, blistering his earlier time there. He's got to be real happy with that. Ladies and gentlemen, I got a special person up here in the announcing booth with me. Kim, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm Kim Danner. I'm with the Thin Blue Line LEMC. It's a new motorcycle club, a law enforcement motorcycle club that's here in Blytheville. We was just swore in January. We're really trying to get out here and help everyone. Right now we have a family that has lost everything. And in a house fire on September 24th, we're trying to take donations. We will be set up by the registration booth. If anyone wants to come and help out, we greatly appreciate it.
Oh, folks, that's great, and thanks, Sam, for coming out. A great cause. So make sure you stop up by the registration booth and give to a family who has just recently lost everything. And you know, folks, as interesting as times are in our country, just remember we are all Americans, and it takes a village, folks. And let's take care of the people less fortunate than us or in unfortunate circumstances. So stop by the registration area and please donate what you can. And Phil Landry, a 1932 Ford Roadster. He's on course. Let's see what Phil's got here at 3/4. He's at 91. Earlier at 89. Looks like he's up a tick from where he was earlier today. And cruising right by the 1 mile mark at 94.251. 94.251. So just under 95 miles an hour. That was Philip Landry in a 32 Ford Roadster. A 32 Ford Roadster at 94.251. And keep an eye on that wind, and it seems to be a little steadier. It was gusting when I came in between 6 and all the way up to 14 miles an hour every time I looked over and bouncing around. But now she's just about a steady 6, 7, 8 miles an hour, just right in there. Don't seem to be any gusts, so hopefully that crosswind will stay right there between 6 and 8 miles an hour, and just a steady breeze, and won't cause as much havoc and make everybody go, what's going on, when you're sliding around there toward the 3/4 to no man's land 1 mile an hour mark. So let's hope that the wind stays steady there. Kevin Miller's coming up in his 2015 Ford Mustang GT out of Littleton, Colorado. Beautiful part of the world. A friend of mine lives actually out there in Littleton. Kevin Miller, 015 Ford Mustang GT. Earlier, he blew through the 1 mile mark at 191. He is cooking with gas right now. And it looks to be a little issue there. Might have been some burn off there. Don't know if it was an oil issue, but right at the 1 mile mark. And he was at 2:11.815. That's right, you heard me right. 2:11.815 for Kevin Miller in that 2015 Ford Mustang GT, right at the 1 mile mark and all the way toward the 125. Some smoke coming out of there. And couldn't tell what it was from, if it was something coming from the motor or through the exhaust there, through the exhaust. So we're going to put a track on hold. They're going to go out and take a look and make sure we didn't have any oil coming out there. But it was kind of that, kind of that light blue smoke there. So leading me to believe it might have been valve cover or something like that. And anything like that, they want to make sure they err on the side of caution. So we're going to shut the track down for just a minute or two. Make sure we go out and take a look and make sure there's no oil or any debris or anything out there on the track. But what a great run, though, for him. He was 2:02 at the 3/4 mile, but then blasted up to 2:11.815 for Kevin Miller at the 1 mile mark. That is up hugely from what he's done earlier. So he was at 191 earlier at that 1 mile mark, and going from 191 to 2:11, you racers know that's just about near impossible. So he really got into it and must have tweaked it. So let's hope it's nothing major that went on there with Kevin, as that we saw that smoke come out right at the 1 mile mark. But got to be happy, 2:11.815 for Kevin Miller. Once again, track's going to be on hold, so they're going to go out and make sure that the track is fine. And we're having our safety crew. They're talking to each other. They're going to get out there and make sure they take a look. So once again, we got our safety crew out there checking out the track, just making sure that the track's going to be okay. Also had a word that there might have been some debris from an earlier racer that might have seen something. So we're just going to go out and check that and make sure. We're just going to look over the whole track. So make sure that there's no debris that was earlier between the half mile and 3/4 mile mark, and also right at the 1 mile to 1 1/4 mile mark, where it looked like we might have had some kind of blowback or oil blow-by from the last racer, Kevin Miller. So we're going to get that checked out. And, folks, I just want to say thanks to Larry and big thanks to Army for letting me sit in and fill in on this. Have been, for 30 years, a DJ doing the usual nonsense, weddings and things like that and festivals. And most recently, for the last 13 years, believe it or not, calling horses, running up and down a polo field. So this is completely new to me. Now, I was an old gearhead back in the day, used to run the 1/4 mile with me and my friends. We had a makeshift 73 Vega we put a 350 Chevy motor into, and twisted so bad because we didn't have any bracing that we couldn't get in and out of the doors. So I'm familiar with the 1/4 mile and some of that stuff, but this is all new to me, and I think this is just a phenomenal race here, a great event, and also just a great facility. This is a really good facility, and they were here back in July, here now again in October, and I can definitely see this becoming an annual event and just building and building. Such a great event. We see all kinds of vehicles and pretty much everything from just bone stock cars coming right off the showroom floor to complete fabrications. A little bit of everything out here, and that's what it really seems to be. It's about community. Everybody has been so friendly, not just to me, but I can see to each other. Everybody's very positive. Everybody always wants to help everybody out, talking to each other. What are you running? How did you come about this? So it's really nice. A great venue here and a great time and a great, great support from everybody here. And I can see this really growing year after year here at Blytheville.
That's the 3/4, not the half.
And once again, safety crew just checking everything out. And looks like they stopped at the half-mile mark, so checking out that there. And they've already cruised by the 1 mile mark where we just saw the last competitor, Kevin Miller, in that 2015 Mustang GT, where it started smoking. Just a lot of smoke there at the 1 mile all the way to the 1 mile quarter mark. Looks like no debris and no oil, so that looks like that's a good thing right there. But there was some kind of debris, and it looks right about the half-mile mark, and they're cleaning that up now. And then they're just going to run the whole length of the track. Once you're out there, you might as well just go and run the whole thing all the way up to the start line. And it's just safety first, folks. Safety first. And once again, we're just on that track hold, checking some debris. They did find something, and now they just want to make sure they check the entire length of the track there. And they're still checking it out right about the half-mile mark. Let's look where there must have been some debris and some kind of an issue. An earlier racer said he thought he ran over something that was actually already on the track from possibly a previous vehicle. And so they're checking that out. Looks like they must have found something right around the half-mile mark. And the good thing is, though, right where Kevin Miller went through the 1 mile mark there, where all that kind of the blue smoke started coming out, it looks like that's completely clear, and we got kind of lucky, no oil pan leak or valve cover leak or anything like that, and it must have been just blow by going right out through the exhaust, and so no slicks or anything or issues out this far end of the track, just down at the half-mile mark. And what we're waiting for is safety crew just to give us a thumbs up and let us know the course is all good to go. And that wind seemed to have changed direction just a little bit here and picked up, actually, just in the last few minutes. Going pretty much between 10 and 14 miles an hour and changed a little bit of direction here. looks like it's going almost dead on, almost just a little off to the left there, but almost straight in the face. So that's going to make the times a little bit tougher going into that headwind. And looks like they're making one more pass here just to make sure everything's completely off the track. And all three safety vehicles out there. Got one going all the way back to the start. And then we've got our Lincoln there, and from the half mile now approaching the 3/4 mile. So once again, just checking that out. We even had a little scooter out there. And folks, I know exactly what Army is thinking right now. He's thinking, Bradley comes up, I take a break, and then Bradley gets a 10-plus minute, 15-minute break because of a horse hold. Sorry about that, Army. Can't do anything about that. And now our Lincoln trolling by here, coming up at the 1 mile mark. And it's once again, he's just making sure. And people go, oh, how many times do you have to check? Well, you have to double and triple check, because especially got people approaching 200 miles an hour. This is, this is just not, driving and picking up groceries, folks. So this is serious business out here, and you have to take it seriously, and safety for all concerned. So that safety Lincoln, once again, now approaching the 1 1/4 mile, and then it'll end up exiting all the way down. And we're just going to make sure that last pass that everything's ready to go, and we'll get right back to racing here. So a great day's racing for my team down here that I'm with Vance, Vaughn, and Kenny. And Vaughn was out in that Dodge Demon that they had been tweaking yesterday. And my buddy Vaughn really did great today. He did great. Every run kept pumping up, and ended up blowing through, I think, a 184 or a 185. Did just a great job on that Dodge Demon. And then Kenny, the same thing in that Yanko. That it is the safety green. You can't miss it. You can see it from a mile away. And was doing really, really good. And had the best run of the day there toward the end. Had a little hiccup there. We weren't sure what it was. Could have been the computer. The shift between 5th and 6th. Still had a real good run though. And so Kenny just really doing good today. And just thankful for these guys, for Vance and everybody inviting me down and having me down here. Want to say a shout out to them and thank you. And almost at the very end of the track, but once again, if you're going to do it right. So we've gone all the way up to the start line, start finish, everything looked good. And just now turning off at the very, very bottom, the last turnout at the end of the track, the Lincoln goes out, and we are almost ready to get back to racing. And once again, like I said, the wind did shift. It picked up and shifted. It's almost directly due right smack in your face. So it's a direct headwind here. And running between about 9 to 13 miles an hour. It's about an average of 11, 12 miles an hour. So no big gusts. That's a good sign. The downside, of course, it's a headwind. It's straight into it. But if you're going to have a wind, better a headwind than a crosswind, and not gusting. So pretty much steady, which means you don't have to fight it as much as you're cruising down the track here. We got Brian Mason. He's coming up. He's going to be our next competitor. He's in a 2018 Chevy Corvette out of Stockbridge, Michigan. So Brian Mason, earlier, he was cooking right along. He did 168 at the half, 182 at the three-quarter, 194 at the mile. He hit 199 at a $1.25, a mile and a quarter. He did 199, almost 200. So let's see what Brian can get here. Once again, does have a headwind, but those Chevy Corvettes, those 2018s, very aerodynamic vehicles. So let's see what we can get Brian to accomplish right here. And he is cooking along. Right there at the half mile, 167. At the three-quarter mile, 181. Cruising by, blistering there at the 1 mile mark. 192 at the 1 mile mark. And let's see what he gets. 199.867. He beats his earlier time at the 1 1/4 mark. What a great run there. So close. 199.867. So close to hitting that 200-mile mark. And once again, as Arnie had said early, Arnie and I were talking about how people seem to be, or today, we're really trying to go for not just the 1 mile, that 1 1/4 mile mark. And that's exactly what Brian Mason, that 2018 Chevy Corvette, just did. He hit earlier 199.557 and now 199.867. Almost 200 miles an hour at the 1 1/4 mile mark, and a great run, especially into a straight, strong headwind right there, about 8, 9 miles an hour. So a great run there. Coming up now, James Van Vliet. James Van Vliet in a 98 Chevy S10, and I was watching this thing earlier. This little Chevy S10, boy, it's got some heart to it. This thing is unbelievable. He hit 201 at the three-quarter and went to 214 in the 1 mile in this Chevy S10. You can't work a Chevy S10 more than that. So let's see what James can get out of here with that headwind. And looks like he's starting off a real slow start here. And don't know what the problem was. I didn't see any major issues or really hear anything, but he's just limped all the way to the half-mile mark. And that he might just hit the first turnout. We're not sure if he's going to keep going or not. But, yeah, just nothing. Not even right out of the gate. Just pretty much, I think he got a little bit of a jump, and he's just been coasting down ever since. He's under 43 miles an hour at the half mile, so he's just kind of gimping it along the course there. And tough break for James there because, like I said earlier, 214, 216 he did earlier at the 1 mile. And unfortunately, right out of the gate, just kind of something happened with him there and coasted. So it's tough break on this run there for James. Kevin Edgemond coming up in an 08 Harley-Davidson FLTR. And once again, when I was sitting in for Army earlier in the day, I got to see an earlier run from Kevin here. Kevin out of Denver, Colorado, in that 08 Harley-Davidson, the FLTR. He posted 149.303 at the 1 mile mark earlier in a run. And that was real good for Kevin, and ended up with a 150 at the 1 1/4. So once again, going to that headwind on the two wheels on this '08 Harley-Davidson FLTR. Let's see what Kevin's got on this run at the half-mile mark. Take a look at it here. 3 1 3/4 mark, 143, 107. Tucked down there, 146, 389 at the 1 mile. And 147, 735 at the 1.25 miles. Just off about 3 miles an hour, and I think a lot of that is going to have to do with that just dead-on headwind that we have right now. So 146, 389 at the 1 mile, and 147, 735 at the 1.25 miles for Kevin there. And both of those times, the 1 mile, the 1.25, almost exactly 3 miles an hour, a little off, and I just really have to believe that is due to the headwind. We just have a headwind right now. And not much you can do about it when you're fighting against the wind. Pretty much steady between 8 and 9 miles an hour. And another two-wheeler coming down here, Tom Schaefer. This is a Ducati V2. Ducati V2. Tom Schaefer. Off to a nice start there down in the 1/4 mile. Rapidly approaching the half-mile mark. Still on half mile, 142.880. Still pulling up and coming in right by the 1 mile mark. 166.021. 166.021 at the 1 mile mark. And this backed off and let her cruise down to the 1 1/4, all the way down to 118. But 142 at the half, 156 at the 3/4, and ended up at the 1 mile mark at 166.021. 166.021 for Tom Schaefer in that Ducati V2. Thomas Dolan now on a 93 Harley-Davidson FXR out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. Nice part of the world down there. 93 Harley-Davidson, Thomas Dolan there, the FXR. Earlier, posted a 150.426 at the 1 mile. Sure, he'd like to see if he can't top that there. Progressively really good, though. He was at 137, 146, and 150 earlier from the half, 3/4, and 1 mile. So posted some really nice increments there. Let's see what we've got here coming up for Thomas Dolan at the half mile. 124, 3/4 mile, 133. And 137, 931. Yeah, that headwind just going to be tough to beat. Tough to beat the wind. Can't beat the wind today. So once again, ended up at 137, 931 at the 1 mile for Tom Dolan in that 93 Harley-Davidson FXR. And the wind still about the same, between 7, 8, 9 miles an hour. No big gusts. Shifted a little bit to the left of the track, coming in a little bit left to right. Not much, just about 2 or 3 degrees, but still no major gusts and staying steady. Carter Voss is going to be coming up next. He's got a 1948 Fiat Topolino, and a car that you just don't see hardly ever, even at car shows and stuff. So Carter Voss and his 1948 Fiat Topolino. Earlier, cooking at 187.227. 187 he did earlier through the 1 mile. And just waiting on Carter to drop the hammer. And still waiting on Carter to pop the clutch, as they say. There we go. There he's off. Once again, 1948 Fiat Topolino, a car, a vehicle, that you just don't ever see. Very, very rare. This one, totally modified. Here he comes, cruising down. He's at 180 at the 3/4 mile. And dropped down to 177 at the 1 mile mark. He was on pace there. He had a 159 at the half mile, 180 at the 3/4 mile. Looked like he was on pace for darn close 200 miles an hour, and just dropped it down 177 to 70 at the 1 mile. I know Carter not going to be real smiley face or happy about that. It's almost 10 miles an hour off where he was, and it's a shame. Earlier, he hit 157 at the 3/4. Here he is at 180 at the 3/4. So he was definitely on pace for hitting at least 195 to, if not breaking 200, and just got off it. I don't know if there was a major problem, but he got off it between the 3/4 and the no man's land of 1 mile. So tough break. Chris Wells, and guess what? Another Chevy Corvette. This is a 2020 Chevy Corvette. Chris Wells out of Plymouth, Michigan. Chris earlier had a 1 mile run of, folks, hold on to your hats, 263.698. Chris Wells holds best of event in this 1 mile at 263.698, and he is blistering down the track. Oh, my goodness. 187 at the half, 205 at the 3/4, and, folks, 224 at the 1 mile mark, and 224 at the 1 mile and 234 at 1 1/4. So once again with that headwind, just not going to be enough. He was just a little behind at the half mile and just right on it at the 3/4 mile from his earlier run, but almost 40 miles off at the 1 mile mark between 224, which he just posted at 1 mile, and earlier at 263. But he still holds the best of the event right now at 263.698. That's what Chris holds. Unfortunately, that one, 224.104 at the 1 mile. And I'm sure Chris is going to try and see if he can't tweak that or figure out if it was just the wind or something else they might be able to adjust. Carol Pattison from Tallapoosa, Georgia. He's got an 06 Crown Victoria. This is that police interceptor. And I just love seeing this thing. Every time this thing comes out in the track, I just get a smile on my face because I'm so used to seeing that in my rearview mirror with blinkers and blinders and rollers coming on. So it's nice to see somebody taking the time and give a little love to an 06 Ford Crown Victoria. 108 at the half mile, 117 at the 3/4. And here he comes. And blasting across at the 1 mile mark at 123.694. 123.694. And the 1 1/4, 127.029. Just a little bit off, just a tiny bit off on the 1 mile and the 1 1/4 from what he earlier posted. So just a little off. And once again, that one sounded really healthy, looked real good. Everything looked fine. I'm just thinking the only thing can be that headwind, folks. So 123.694 at the mile and just off by 1 mile an hour, 127 at the 1 1/4. Gary Johnson, another vehicle here, puts a smile on my face, is an 89 Ford Taurus V6, and I just love it when somebody says, you know, I've got this old 89 Ford Taurus. What do you think we can do with this thing? Well, don't sell it for scrap. What can we do? Well, how about we can have some fun, and let's take it racing. And he has sure proved that he can do it. Gary earlier, 121,655 at the mile. So let's see what Gary might be able to do with this 89 Ford Taurus. And here we go. Gary Johnson, that 89 Ford Taurus. Remember, once again, he had 121 at the 1 mile. Let's see what he's going to post here. Half mile, he's at 99. Coming up on that 3/4 mile mark. 3/4 mile, 113. Not letting off the gas, still cooking to that 89 Ford Taurus. And right across the finish line at 121.082. Just under what he got the last time. Posting up a 121.082. 121.082. He's just off, not even about a half mile an hour from where he was. So he's right in there, folks, right in that competition and doing well. 89 Ford Taurus from Gary Johnson, 121.082 at the mile.
Yeah,
You need anything? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm in good shape.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay.
My pleasure, brother.
Weather's still kind of dancing around out there. It's spiking a little bit around 10 mile an hour, getting that wind. At the finish line, we're definitely picking up some wind that's messing us up a little bit, but numbers are staying good. Horsepower's coming around. Some of the guys coming out that we haven't seen before. I'm glad to see that. Remember the guys with Reisenegger Rebuilding out of Evansville, Indiana? If you're in the in design work, they do a lot of things, but we got a runner just came through there. That was Michael Kessler out of Justin, Texas, waiting for the numbers to come up. Kind of snuck up on everybody there. Mile and a half. Okay, at the mile, they went a 220. Okay, let's just back it up for you. At the half mile, we don't have that. We got the 3/4, 200 mile an hour at the 3/4. At the mile itself, he was 221.948. 221.948. At the mile and a quarter was, get this, 228.891. Red Texas Camaro. First time I've had a chance to see some of these cars run. I'm really, really impressed with you guys. You're doing super. Then our boy Tommy comes back out again on his little Yamaha. I got to get some information on this guy. We've talked about him more this weekend than anybody. He's made probably more runs, but he's had more vehicles here. And I would imagine he's having just as much fun as anybody else. So we'll get Tom going here in just a minute. Looks like they're starting to unload some of the heat back in the pit area, heading towards the staging lane. So, what it is, maybe some of you guys in this sport just wait till late in the afternoon on the first day. I know in drag racing, a lot of guys don't want to qualify until certain times of the day, and you guys are throwing down some numbers. This guy's pedaling as hard as he can, 120 mile an hour. Look at that. That dude pumping through there goes the Yamaha R3, a little bitty thing. Goes a 97.699 mile an hour. So looking good at this particular time. Don't forget the sponsors we've been talking about. Holly, of course, talked about Competition Cam, Jasper Motors, Engine and Transmissions, Vet Motorsports. Thanks a lot for your support. And remember the veterans, the Waste Post right here on base with us. We appreciate their work. And CT Performance, kind of a racer guy, retired and wanted to get back in and got a machine shop going, performance shop going. I see CT Performance, keep them in mind. Bayview Equestrian Center, I want to thank them for their support of us. Anybody interested in horses and so on and so forth, keep them in your mind about making a contact and see what's going on. Clark's Body Shop, man, at least give them a chance to give a bid on you to see if they can help you with your problem with your car. Aaron Brown, man, these guys out of North Carolina come over here with some really, really cool stuff and really, really run hard. Aaron's one of these guys, like I say, he's kind of the soothsayer, if you will, of motorsports. He's a thinker. He's the guy that figures out these little ins and outs and tweaks and what have you. And he's surrounded himself with a great group of crew members. They do a real good job of working with him, and he'll be providing some entertainment. He's running a little rat rod, and he's also got a NASCAR car that he's tuned over and went over 228 mile an hour with that NASCAR. Jennifer Joe Cobb driving it, but today he goes out and busted himself. We want to thank Aaron Brown's Garage for their support and what they're doing for us. Like I say, we really appreciate all you guys. You're good for the sport, and the sport needs for you and people like you. And we thank you for what you do. Jones and Lowe Agencies, we want to thank them for supporting us and working with us. Of course, the Clear Safe, Safety Clean Clear people do super work, keeping things straight around the area. We ask you to be aware of that. Make sure you take care of your lubricants, any oil or anything you might spill. One should help us out and make sure you pick that up. And, of course, Performance Plus, the name sells it all. So, Dreisinger Rebuilding, Evansville, Indiana. Keep them in mind if you want something cool built, fabricated, whether it's candy apple, chrome, or just flat black and fast, they'll take care of you. ECTA coming into Blytheville, Arkansas. Wind picking up, gusting a little bit more. And as I say, it's dancing around 8. Really, that's kind of the low number. It's a steady going. It'll bounce up to around 11. And that's what we just picked up right now. It seems like the place it's picking up, of all places, is right at the finish line. I don't know what it is. There's a 5-degree incline and up and down, okay, in this track. So at the half mile, you're running uphill. When you get to half mile, now you're running downhill. And I don't know if it's the wind is not affected on the starting line area as much as it is on this area here. It's coming from the downhill side. That may affect something. I don't know. These cars run. You want to keep the weight down on the front and the wind out from underneath the front. That's why you see them all buckled up and everything. But right now we're waiting to find out who's going to be coming up. And it looks like we've got a vehicle on the track that's checking some lights down there. So we'll just kind of sit tight and see what's going on. Invite you to head over to the registration area, talk to the girls at the T-shirt stand, get to know them on a first-name basis. You got Brittany, you got Kaylee, you got Nicole, and you got Lacey. But stop by and see them, pick up. They got some stickers they're giving away and stuff like that. So if you buy something, they'll probably give you something too. Because like I was telling people earlier, the more they sell, the less they got to put back in that truck tomorrow afternoon when this show's over. Concession stands are open right along the runway area. Stop by and pick them up. You'll see them. And enjoy yourself. Some good home-cooked Southern food. Right now, we're still playing around with the. It's kind of strange that earlier in the day we were playing around with the sun and bouncing things out and casting shadows on the cells that we time with and everything. And it's clear skies. The sun came out, everything looking good. Now it's got a little bit of an overcast coming in this afternoon, and that should be good for making horsepower. To be real honest with you, track's going to get consistent here. Of course, the concrete track, you don't have like a drag strip. You don't have a big problem with the concrete track as you do with the other track. It'll stay pretty well constant from beginning to end as far as temperature goes when you're trying to tune for the particular run.
Let me know when you're clear, and then we will restart.
Waiting for an all clear sign to come to the track crew to let you know. We'll get the next vehicle in line. We need to go ahead and get them ready. They should be getting a quick call from the track people. As soon as we get it, it's kind of interesting. You get a call from them. They go to the starting line. Starting line comes back to us. We go back to starting line. They come back to us again. When I say us, I'm talking about the white building at the end of the track where the announcers and the timer people sit. And it's kind of neat how it's kind of like landing an airplane, just to be very honest with you, because you got to keep controlling things and keep looking. You got like driving 100 mile an hour through a Kroger parking lot. You got to look left, right, up, down, back and forth to make sure that everything's good and safe for you to make your run. Picked up clear on track. Oh, I checked it. Hey, this is going to be ahead of her. Aaron Brown comes out with a 69 Ford, Talladega Ford. It's going to be a number. Out of South Carolina, let's see what's going to happen here. Can't see anything moving on the start. See, we're at the finish line. We cannot see the start. We got to wait and see something move up there before we know something's going on. The clocks are running, but we haven't picked up any information down here. Okay, I see movement up there. He's going. We should pick him up at the half mile. Should be the first time we get a time on him. Okay, we should be picking something up pretty quick now. Half mile coming up. That 3/4 mile goes to 2:01. I would say he's got that figured out. I'm happy to see that. I tell you, that guy's been hammering and nailing, trying to figure that out. They've had all kind of problems, and they got it going. Way to go, guys. 2:01, 2:01.17 crew. You got a permission to be happy right now. Like I say, man, they've really been fighting demons all yesterday, all day today. They get it just going and go away on them, and just going to go away on them again. But, man, that time he was walking the dog. Wasn't he at the 3/4 mile? It's a 2:01. At the mile, he was a 2:01. So he's found his peak. It's a 2:01. That's the name of that game. But when you're hunting 200 mile an hour and you go a 2:01, you're the happiest camper there is. So congratulations to Aaron and the crew. And way to go, guys. Course is clear. We're going to see who's be coming up next. It looks like it's going to be Fred Gamamar on a Kawasaki. Check the wind. It's dropped down to 5 mile an hour. Barely moving down here on this end. That means it's less than that up on the other end. Fred makes a run. He's made a run earlier in the day on the half mile to 179. We'll pick him up there. Half mile, 174. He's down 5 mile an hour for an earlier run. 3/4 of a mile, 186. Look at this guy. He's bingo, 193.966. 193.966 for Fred. That was a Kawasaki ZX-14. Still monitoring the wind for you. You're bouncing around the 11, 12 mile an hour gust level on the finish line end of the track. We're really monitoring things right down here at the finish line. We know that's where you're going to be headed for. And if the lights got anything, okay, now we're down to about 7 miles an hour. It'd be a good time to take off. Waiting to find out who's going to be Tracy Higginbotham out of College Station, Texas. Higginbotham in a 2019 Corvette. Higginbotham been out a couple of times today. My best friends in high school invented that right there. Wayne Rouse, yeah. Tracy Higginbottom, Bottom. We do see movement on the starting line, in the starting line area. If you're going to make a run, might be a good time. You want to get in those lanes. There's kind of a pre-staging situation up there. It looks like you guys go through one area where you stage or line up. It looks like they move you up to another one right before you make your run. I'm not sure about it. Tomorrow I'll try to get up there and look and see how that works so we can understand the flow.
Just want to check. 1, 2, 4.
Tracy got involved in land speed racing when her husband, in 2013, started with a stock 1990 Corvette. They were running about 140 mile an hour. Bug bit her. She went faster. She ran so far. In her husband's Corvette, she's gone over 200 mile an hour. She's gone 206.4, as a matter of fact. 2019 Corvette they're running, which she has run 194.5 in Arkansas at this track. She's also raising horses, and has a hobby, and she has a crop insurance agency. So a busy young lady, but today she's trying to go 5,280 feet faster than ever before. Good mile an hour going for us with 139 at the half, 147 at the three-quarter, drives through. This is Jeff Williamson we're talking about now. 1 mile, Jeff goes through in the Pontiac at a 128.921. Jeff Williamson goes a 128.921 in the little poncho. Julian Basler coming out now from Rolling Meadows, Illinois. We've seen Julian a couple times today. Driving a little Lamborghini. Good looking little thing. You wouldn't realize a little car like that would run as good as it does. Says he's always liked speeding in his life. He's wants to thank his wife for all the help that she's and support that she's given him. His speed goal for speed is 190 mile an hour. Let's see what he can pick up on this one. So far, his top speed, these runs, has been around 176, so let's see what happens. Well, he's 153 at the half mile, 3/4 of a mile, he goes 168. Guys, getting there, look at this. At the mile, 177.585, 177.585, Julian Basler out of Rolling Meadows, Illinois. Way to go, bud. That's a good little run there. So a little Lamborghini doing this thing. And if you look at that, you look at the car and you're paying attention to the car and the design, a beautiful little car. But you get in there and start looking at the detail of some of that stuff those guys with that do on these cars in order to get the horsepower out of them. It's just fascinating to think something, a motor, a power plant that small could go that fast. Around 178 mile an hour is the number. That's what he went in the 1.25 miles. Lon Hamlet comes out now in that 2003 Dodge Neon. He's out of Hazel Green, Alabama. He's run a 105 at the half before. He's run a 115 at the three-quarter. His quick time so far is a 121 with this vehicle. This time, so let's see what he's going to do. He's trying to go quicker than 121. Car was raced by Bob Ward in Ohio, and it holds the Ohio mile record for its class. And also, he's really happy to be involved with this sport, having a good time. Little bitty car, but it's going real fast. Dodge Neon. Mile an hour coming up at the mile. 116.475 on the 1.25 miles went a 119.190. But the 116 was the number he was looking for out of Hazel Green, Alabama. I understand the course is clear. Waiting to find out who's going to come around the corner and go in the starting area right now. Hamlin just finished his run at 1:16. Give me a way out. 1:16.475 at the mile mark with a little L3 Dodge. Getting this communication thing going here now. We got the starting line. He'll see who's coming. He'll radio the end of the track. The end of the track will radio us. We'll radio the starting line. And he'll come back to us again. That's just the way we got to do it.
We're doing a quick check on one of the clocks.
They're checking one of the clocks out. They got a question about it. They're going to run out and check it out. So just sit tight, be patient with us. Hey, if you ever think about building a specialty vehicle or something like that that's quality of semen, want to keep Reisinger in mind. Out of Evansville, Indiana, Reisinger Rebuilders, they do a lot of quality work. Do stuff for the PRI show, do stuff for people at SEMA, and they can do stuff for you. Keep them in mind. They got a car. They're not racing here this weekend, but they do have a little street rod they've been riding around the pit area with. So if you see them, you're interested in meeting somebody, who might be able to help you and work with you on a project. Stop them when they go by, or if you see them sitting around, go talk to them. I'm sure they'll be happy to talk to you. Located just a couple hours north of here in southern Indiana, a town called Evansville, home of the world-famous Evansville Aces basketball team. Division II powerhouses years ago, and a real good little community to work from. Matter of fact, the people that are running ECTA, Steve and CJ, that's where they're from. They're out of Evansville, Indiana. But stop over and talk to the Reisinger guys and see what's going on. As to, work a deal with them, get something going, pick their brains, see what's happening. That's what these things are for. Go out and learn something from somebody. See how they do it. Ask why they do it. That's an interesting thing. It's been a good day for land speed racing, and weather's worked with us, and it's supposed to be good again tomorrow. And I don't know what time. I'll try to find out when we're going to open in the morning, get things going. I know on the last day, a lot of people want to get in, get some runs so they can get on the road and head home. But I don't know if we do have an official start and stop time for tomorrow. If so and when, I will find out and let you know.
Is that supposed to be 5 times?
What we're doing now, the track who's talking with engineering about a situation. I don't think it's a problem. It's just a situation they're trying to get solved down there. And as soon as we find out, we'll relay to you what's going on. We know it's like sitting in cars with seatbelt and fire suits, so we don't want to keep you in there any longer than you have to be. But we also don't want to run in case there's something we need to look at for you and your safety. So just be patient with us, and we'll go from there. They are in communications with each other right now. It looks like something's going on at the half-mile mark on the right side of the track. We do see a vehicle out there and an individual walking around, but we're like I say, we're at the end of the track, so all we can see is what we can see from down here, and we can't see specifics. So just be patient with us, and let's see what we can get together, man. Hope you had a new friend today. You know, kind of like Will Rogers. Stranger's just a friend you haven't met. So if you see somebody, you're pitting next to somebody or whatever, go over and introduce yourself, see what's going on. You never know. You may make a friend for a lifetime. And we appreciate the hospitality we've received in this community, and friendship's a big thing. We need more of it. So let's all just participate in it. Let's go do something nice. Okay, here's the drill. We're not going to be able to give you. What you're going to have to do is move a cell to another location. We're going to take the 3/4 cells and move them down to the half-mile. So we will be able to give you half-mile readings, not 3/4 readings, and miles. So you'll be able to go through and get a half-mile and a mile and a mile and a quarter if need be. But we're not going to be able to give you readings at the 3/4 distance because we're going to take that timing portion of the timing system and move it to the half-mile portion, because we understand that's a lot more in what you guys tune with, that half-mile to mile distance. So that's what they're going to do. Say it take about, I'm thinking they said 10 or 15 minutes, but I just want to keep you up to date on what's going on, but that's it. We're going to take the 3/4 clocks and move them to the half-mile location, do away for the rest of the day with the 3/4 location, but you'll still get half-mile, mile and a quarter readouts on your run. So it looks like we're going to be down for a few minutes here. So just one of them racing deals. That's what we got to do. they've gone through a test procedure with the timing, and the course has been tested to being clear, so we're waiting now to find out how it rolls from there. Again, I just want to keep you up to date on what's going on and as to what you need to be doing in relation to what's going on. So if you're close at the front of one of those lines up there, you need to be getting ready because I think they're going to roll pretty quick. That's just the announcers' thought about this thing, but you don't want to get caught with a guy pointing at you and you don't have your suit on or you don't have your belts on or something like that. So their goal was to move the one timing cell to the other. They've done that. The track crew have cleared the track. They're ready for you to go racing. It's just a question of technology and getting things squared away until we can get you going.
Has Steve Struck arrived yet? No. Is 532 still ready? 32 is ready.
Okay, we're going back to the starting line. There's a number that came down the car on the starting line. Tim, that's on. He's on a Suzuki. At my location, operations went as 532 ready. Starting line's 523 ready. Back to us. Then we go back to him saying track's clear, and then he comes back saying okay. And then now we go back to him. He fires the vehicle. So out of Greer, South Carolina, Tim Varth is going to be making a shot. This could be a good little run on a 14 Suzuki Hayabusa. It's good. Look at that. Boom. Big number, 194.384 on the mile. 197 on the mile and a quarter. So he had a handful and was grabbing it on the other end. 194.384 at the mile. 197.195 at the mile and a quarter. So Tim is back in town, believe me. Waiting to find out who's going to be coming up next. Good to be back in competition. A little break in the overcast. I tell you what, thank God for all this new ignition, because if you guys were running Weber carburetors like we used to, when you get this kind of overcast, man, you changing jets, and all of a sudden it covers over. You change jets again. Overcast, they change jets. So this new electronic stuff ain't that bad. If you're one of them guys who used to have to always change them jets. LG Atlantis and the Pontiac. He's been a special education teacher for 25 years. He takes the stress out of driving his 68. Occasionally, he goes to the track, enjoys simple life as in Stockbridge teaching, singing the Mississippi song, while proficiency using blinkers on his truck. He loves hanging out with the CT Performance family and the love of his life, Rebecca, the team chef. That's cool. Rebecca, you got a guy that really loves you here, but CG is who it is we're looking at. He's the guy that runs the CT Performance we were talking about a little bit earlier. Retired, decided to get back into business. This time it was a speed business. He was a special ed teacher. But out of Stockbridge, Michigan. Excuse me, Stockbridge, Michigan, I understand.
It's okay, it's just a prop tester. I said it's okay, it's just a prop tester.
I thought something was coming. Wind 7 mile an hour at the finish line. Here comes our boy Tommy again. Goes through the timer with a 168.413. Half mile is a 148. He jumped 20 mile an hour in that last half a mile. At the 1 mile, it was a 168. At the mile and a quarter, it's a 121. So he jumped big from the 168 to the 121. No, I'm going the wrong way. He backed up a little bit. I stand corrected. Jay Bell's who we're looking for right now, making a run down the track. Got some good mile an hour. Looks good. We're going to pick him up at the half mile at a 153. Good, strong pull. Listen to that sucker pulling the other end. Them guys with them big blocks, they just love driving past the finish line. They don't care. It just sounds good when they get down there. I thought, that guy go bear hunting with a switch. I tell you, Jay Bell. I want to thank, he's out of Virginia. I want to thank all the people that helped me. His crew, Carl, Eric, Jake, and, DLC. And I want to thank, they said the name of the car is Lucy. Well, Lucy, girl, you going today? You got your act together, Lucy. Keep going. Why not? They named airplanes after girls during the war. We got to see one just then from Virginia. Course is clear, we understand. Hope we're gonna get moving, try to get the flow going here again. Calvin Nystorm comes out in the 27 Ford Roadster out of Glasgow, Kentucky. First time I've had a chance to see Calvin today. Got to wait and see what's going on. Got an A in a prefix, so it must be a big motor vehicle. Again, we're not going to get into these classes or designation right now until I get more familiar with them, because they got more numbers in them than the 24 alphabet number letters out there. But out of Glasgow, Kentucky, home of the world famous Glasgow Scotties. You know who they are? That's the high school band in Glasgow, Kentucky. And when they started having national band competitions, the Glasgow Scotties were always the number one band in competition around the nation. It's kind of interesting. Real small community. Everybody put all the emphasis in the band. There was no football, no baseball, no basketball, but everybody played the band. And everybody traveled all over the country. It was really a kind of a neat story. That was for about 10 years. And, of course, everybody grew up and kind of grew away and what have you. But everybody around that part of the country, Western Kentucky, remember the world-famous Glasgow Scotties. It's kind of like watching Woodstock. Everybody remembers. I'm trying now, and I just forgot his name. The guy from Woodstock that got everybody going in the morning and everything. I'll think of it a little bit later, but if you live in the past a little bit, it's a little history for you. 27 Ford Roadster. Okay, coming up half mile, we're going to have some time. And we got something's moving out on. I don't know what it is. I don't know if we'll just have to wait and see. We'll find out when we tell you. I'm keeping an eye on the vehicle on the track. I don't know if he's pushing something or is that what? Okay. So maybe Calvin lost horsepower. Boy, it's a lonely feeling right there. If you've ever been a racer, it did happen when you're sitting in the car all the time and getting ready to go finally make a run. Yeah, that's what the deal is. This car right here belongs to Calvin Smith. And this car is a Bonneville record holder. I think it's a supercharged rear engine modified vehicle. It's a roadster. The driver sits in front of the firewall. The motor sits behind the firewall in the driver's compartment. They just switch locations. About 130-inch wheelbase. Has run with the ECTA for ever since its inception. And, boy, tough break. I know that they wanted to make a run today. So what they need to do is get back there. The tow truck's catching up with him and find out what the problem is. If you look at that car right behind the front wheels on the bottom of it, it's got a scoop. He doesn't run a wing on the back. He runs a scoop on the front to keep the front end down. That's got he's one of these guys that's a tinker and figure things out. And Calvin's been around for many years. Came through the world of hot rodding and sprint car racing and big car racing and everything. I think he was born in Ohio, lived in Indiana for a number of years, moved to Kentucky, down around the lake country in Kentucky, right outside of Bowling Green, Kentucky. But we get ready for Martin Miller. He's running a D Street Roadster. Want to thank Pops for helping him, his grandpa, for getting him started at the Bonneville Soft Flats. Here we go. He's making. This guy's got something going for him. Yeah, this guy. Listen, just listen. We bad. 179.964. 179.964. He's at a 157 at the half-mile mark. So he's carrying me up. Picked up 20 mile an hour towards the end of it. That's got to be a good run for him. And that's a good sound to hear that stuff going by, doesn't it? We got to keep things going as fluid as we possibly can here. We wait. That was Martin Miller in the roaster out of St. Paul, Missouri. And we're waiting now to find out who's going to be the next. We got to get an all clear on the track. Martin did have a parachute. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer to get a parachute car off the track because you not only got to get the car, got to get the parachute picked up and moved around. So stay with us. Pat Williams comes out in a little Porsche. We've seen Pat run earlier today. He's out of Memphis, Tennessee. As a matter of fact, he's run a half mile at 149, and he's run the mile at a 180.108. That's a good poker hand. 2 1s, 2 8s, 2 0s. No zeros in pokers. That was just brought to my attention. Homemade. Yeah, that's a good homemade hand. So you know Pat can lay the number down. Not far from home, only 67 miles from home, so he's going to sleep in his own warm bed tonight. That's cool. That's worth something when you're on the road, believe me. And try to get some more information from him the next time we have an opportunity to work with him on the ECTA circuit. But right now, this little 930 Porsche, I've talked about it before, you may have heard, but this is the car that changed so much in the European motorsports world. It was so far ahead of itself. You know, Porsche, same design engine as Volkswagen, but they have pan chassis, so for years they've been ahead of the engineering curve because they had the pan chassis, the belly pan on it. Something they used to get through the air, and they never told anybody about it. And people would lean on the cars and never figure out that car had a bottom that was just as flush as could be or flat as could be and would go through the air. So let's see what Pat does right now. Try to pick him up at the half-mile mark. Got a run going on him. Previous half mile was a 149. He goes to 146. He's 3 miles slower than he was before. He's got to get to a 177 to better himself. Look at that little rascal going through the air. He goes through with a, boom, 172. He drives 5 miles an hour, a 172.282. So both stages of that run, he was about 4 miles an hour off of his run earlier in the day. Wind was gusting at that time right at 11 miles an hour when he went past the finish line. Christopher Burns coming out of Kawasaki. These guys on these motorcycles got more guts than Dick Tracy, I'm telling you, man. He's out of Porter, Texas. I believe it's a turbo vehicle, if I'm not mistaken. From I'm trying to pick up something on this paperwork that he's turned into us. He's gone a 249, so you know he's a player. And says he actually wheelies across the finish line. Did you hear what I said? He said he wheelies this puppy across the finish line at 249 miles an hour. If he does that, with the conditions they are today, let's see what he picks up at the half mile. 209, he's already there. Boom, out the other end, 246. 246, that's a number. This late in the day, believe me. 246, he went quicker on this run. He went a 245 earlier, comes back at this point in time and goes to 246. He just proved it can happen. What I was concerned about, he said he'd like to wheelie across the finish line. Well, you're light to start with. You wheelie, you got the back tire pushing, trying to dig in. You're making so much horsepower, it wants to break away from you. Then you start to pull up and you get caught by this 11 mile an hour headwind. That could be something spooky for you. But he drove it through, man. He drove it out the back door. Course is clear. We're waiting up for Scene Vitelli on a Kawasaki out of Cypress, Texas. Hometown Cypress, Texas, Kawasaki. It's an H2 model Kawasaki. He's got a run going. Half mile he goes to 171.265. 1 mile he goes. Bing. All right, he's 203. 203.298. 203.298. He pushed it out the back door in the quarter mile past the finish line. That was a 211.914. So he's happy as can be. These guys on these bikes are going 200 mile an hour, and we hear them behind us going back up the pit road, just riding normal as can be. So 203 mile an hour run at the mile. He's got to be tickled to death with that. At 211 at a mile and a quarter, I know he's got to be happy with that. Half track is a 171. Charles Spalding. Looks like he's coming up next out of Harlem, Georgia. Charles will be on a spreadling to Harley Davidson. Now remember the sound you just heard with these the Yamaha and the other vehicle in front of it. I want you to listen to this Harley Davidson, just the sound. I'm gonna shut my big mouth so you can hear them, but the distinctive difference it's deafening. They're so different that they're the same. But these Harleys built by Americans, they just like to hear that noise. They didn't build them big block Chevys a moment ago with open headers. They sound ornery when they get out there on the track. Here he comes. Half mile, 126. That's what he ran the first time in a half mile. 135.093. 135. Okay, he's up 10 mile an hour over his best. He was at 125.209. This time he goes to 135.095. So there's speed out there on that track right now. Big CC motorcycles and the small CC bikes are bumping up their time. Get word the course is clear. Waiting to find out who's coming out next. Looks like David Cole's going to be coming out. All these motorcycle guys coming out at the same time. I'm new. I'm still trying to learn this. But bunch of motorcycles running back to back to back here. Now, Cole's been out earlier, went a 200 mile an hour at the mile. Half mile, he's at a 192 already. No, he backed on the throttle. Half mile, 192, mile, 176. At the very last minute, he backed something. He must have gotten caught by a gust of wind because the motor, with no smoke or anything came out of the motor. He just probably very wisely moved us. I'm looking at the wind scale. It's sitting at 8 now. He may have caught a gust. If he get over 8, yeah, just gusted to 10. So he may have just been at the wrong place at the wrong time at 176 mile an hour. Brian Hoffman coming out now. Seen Brian quite a bit today. And the 2004 Shelby GT500. So far on the half mile, Brian's running 178. We'll pick him up here and see what he does on this one at the 225 earlier on the mile. Okay, at 178, he goes to 179. He's quicker than earlier. Right now, he's trying to go better than the 225. Computer just went nuts. Let me get some numbers here for you. I'm looking at a 225.564. It's there. All you got to do is go get it now, boys. He's shown he can get it done.
This is Tower. We have some competitors stop on the taxiway.
Yeah. Good luck with that. 2 miles now, fastest I've ever seen it.
I tell you what, Hoffman had that thing smoking. Sitting down real low in the front, trying to keep the wind away from it. I wonder why he didn't paint that thing Ford blue. He painted it a little bit, that's a little bit darker blue than the blue oval Ford. You know, everybody's, all them Ford guys are.
That's that Shelby blue.
Bingo. Our lead engineer, Sluggo, here reminded me that that's Shelby blue. Shelby dance. Oh, Shelby dance. Okay, I'm sorry. Taking those little breaks like I did, I never realized how much they help me, but they do. Thank you all for helping me last night. I was really having trouble, really would. I mean, when you get tired, you don't. I never thought wasn't too smart anyway, but when you get tired, you don't. Did you drop an M&M? What color was it? Well, we got a major problem up in town right now. The young lady dropped an M&M. We don't know what color it was. As soon as we find out, we'll let you know too. But look around, see if you see an M&M laying around you. And like I say, we're a big family this week. We're a team. If you look at it, it's got an M on it. It looks like an M, but if you look it upside down, it's got a W on it. Because the guy in the starting line area thinks he's found it for us up there. So. Oh, man. Well, beautiful day, sun. The cloud cover's gone away. At the motor guys, maybe, okay, this might be what they're waiting on to get sunshine and blue skies. And, buddies, that's what you got right now. We know the track can take the horsepower. We know it can take the speed right now. Remember, you're running 5 degree incline from the starting line to the halfway. Then you go down 5 degree from that point on. So if there is such a thing as running downhill, you are for half this track at half point. Jeff Grenier out of Kansas City, Missouri. We call him the Kansas City Bomber. At the half mile, he was going 170 earlier. At the mile, he was going 205. Let's see what we get out of him now. Trying to better a 170 at the half mile and a 205 at the mile. Jeff out of Kansas City. Little Audi. It's good. It's a surprisingly good running little car. Check this out. Can you imagine letting your wife take that thing to the grocery store? I'm back. It's called taking it to the limit right there. Parachute comes out. Jeff pulls to a stop. There's a 188 .561 at the mile and a quarter. At the mile, he was a 208. 208.962 at the mile. At the half mile is a 168. At the mile and a quarter, he backed out of it. You heard a pop on it, which slowed him down tremendously. So that dropped that 208 down to a 188. But awfully good run for an awfully good car out of Kansas City, the Kansas City Bomber. I was talking to you earlier about some of the things that are going on with Ralph Shaheen and his crew are shooting some stuff back in the pit area with the fellas that have a product. If you are familiar with Black Hawk Down, that mission that was flown by our armed forces, 3 of the Rangers that were involved in that are have started a company. They're making some whiskey, and it's kind of interesting what it's all about. It's called Three Rangers is the name of the brand. And right now it's available, I believe, in Iowa and it's they're Illinois and Missouri. They're trying to get it there. But if you've got an opportunity to talk to any beverage distributor in your area, why don't you ask them if they can start looking at the possibility of carrying a brand called Three Rangers. That's what you're looking for. Three Rangers whiskey is what it's all about. It's interesting. They're off from 3rd Battalion, 75th Ranger Group. That's on the bottle. You'll see a number 375. That's where it comes from. You'll see a star. That's remembering all the families on the label that have lost a child or husband in combat. You'll see a compass for the direction that you're going to go in your life. You see a lightning bolt for all the action the Rangers get involved in. And you see a parachute. That's for the adventure, I should say, you get when you join the Army. I was in the 101st Airborne. I didn't get a lot of adventure out of that parachute. I kept thinking that guy said Geronimo, and he was saying, do you want to go? And I went out that airplane. That was it. That's the closest in my life I was there in Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, when I went at that airplane. But anyway, keep that in mind. If you get a chance, they've got a display set up back in the back, and I'm not sure how that's working, and I'm not involved in it, but I do know that I was with the 101st Airborne in Nam, and appreciate what these guys did and what they're doing, and the guys and gals that are out there this day and time doing it so that we can do what we're doing. But I think it's neat the numbers they used. They themselves were assigned to the 3rd Battalion, the 75th Rangers, so when they had to come up with the number, they were known as the 375s. That's cool. They're working hard to expand, so get a chance. Three Rangers is what you're looking for. Three Rangers whiskey is what you're looking for. Looks like Stan White's supposed to be coming out of Grapevine, Texas, in the 93 Ford GT 350. Stan's been making his rounds. Let me tell you something. This guy, I'm serious. He came in here yesterday and he had more problems. He kept working and kept working. I think he made a run a little bit earlier. Yeah, he made a run of 156 mile an hour, 156.713. So he's got his problems figured out. But boy, he couldn't buy a full run yesterday. This is one of the cars that Ford used to have when Chrysler and Chevy and Ford were not in racing officially, okay? They don't ever Sunday on a racetrack they were beating each other to death. The Dodges and the Plymouths had the nose, the Snoopy nose and the big wing. Well, Ford came out and battled it with this body style you're going to see now. The course is clear. We're getting ready for Stan to make his run right now. The speed on this car comes from the top to the trunk. The way the wind goes over this car, it just slips through the air when you can get speed underneath it. And they had so much trouble yesterday. They stayed up, worked hard and everything. Now they've got this car up to 156 mile an hour. So let's see what can happen here. I'm really happy to see them get some good runs and hope we get a good run in as we go into the evening. A little bit of wind gusts. Winds right now steady about 9. You sure that was him?
He calls it the GT50, but it's actually a 93 Thunderbird.
That's silly.
I just learned something. It's actually a Thunderbird. He enters it in that body style that I was telling you about. Because I'm sitting here looking for 2 cars to come down the track. I knew the white one wasn't the blue one I was thinking about. But anyway, with that being said, he got on 138.185 at the 1 mile mark. Half mile, he's looking good at a 129. Just bumped it 9 more to a 138 at the mile. At the end of the mile, he went a mile and a quarter. He went a 141, so he was still pulling on the top end at the end of the mile. We understand operations says course is clear, so here we go. Back to the system again. Gary Johnson, 1989 Ford Taurus 6-cylinder, V6. Now, this is one of these guys that plays around with these things. It's a different engine combination. What are you going to do, turbocharger, supercharger, running on nitrous or what? V6s were just almost laughed at when they came out, but, man, they started making horsepower, and some of these engine builders got a hold of them. So we'll try to pick him up. He's made a run. It's the metal sled, he calls it, meaning it must be heavy. We got a visual on him. He's got some ground speed going. Earlier he went on 108 at the half mile. This time he goes, not doing it, a 71 point, not the run he's looking for. He waves it off right there. He goes to 71.327. So he knew something was wrong. No reason to keep your foot hung up in that thing if it's not working for you. Kind of a strange-looking combination the way he's got the front end down and missed the turnoff. This might take a while. Oh, no, he's going under his own power. Sounds like my paper voice car in the morning. Okay, Gary not getting the run he wanted in, had some problems. This is went to the half mile 70, like I say, 71. He's looking for a half mile run of over 109 mile an hour, 108.959 he already had. So he wanted to get up in the 109s at the half mile, wasn't there. Wanted to get in the 122s at the mile, it wasn't there either. So another time, another day. We may see him back in the lanes. I don't know how late we're going to go into this thing today, but he may go back, find a problem, get back in the lanes, and make a shot. So Johnson, out of we don't have paperwork on, don't know where he's from, but out of Rolling Meadows, Illinois. Julian Basler. This guy's run a couple of times today and done awfully good. The 2018 Lamborghini. See him moving right now. He doesn't tarry around, man. When they say go, he's gone. Trying to go quicker than 156 and a half mile. He does. No, he doesn't. He goes to 153. You got to pick it up a little bit to get a 280 run. And that's what he's looking for. Trying to get anything on the 281 will make him a happy camper. No. 175, 6 miles short, 6 mile an hour short of where he wanted to be. Jiminy. And the weird thing is when he went on out, drove it out the back door, he did go a 180.397. How about that? Just took him another quarter of a mile to get the job done.
Just confirmed, we are closing the course at 6 o'clock tonight.
Holy shit. Been informed, ladies and gentlemen, that the course will be closing at 6 o'clock this evening. It's at Central Time at 6 o'clock this evening. That's 25 minutes from now. Okay, be advised, if that be the case and you haven't run yet and want to get a run in today, you need to be heading to get out of the rocking chair, get on them racing shoes and breeches, and head down to the starting and staging area so we can get you in the next 25 minutes. Dennis Roach making a shot. Half track, he's at a 165. He's 20 mile an hour slower than he wants to be right there. Nope, he's picking it up. Go! Goes to 182. He's only 4 mile off. What can I say? You can't be sad with that. A 182.000 at the mile. He goes to 182.964 at the mile and a quarter. Lou Hamnet coming out now in the 2003 Dodge Neon out of Hazel Green, Alabama. He's been going 121 thereabouts. Yeah, 121 mile an hour. Gee, we need 2 times on a 121.836. Used to be raced by, this car held the national record in Ohio, on the Ohio Mile, and still does, as a matter of fact. He bought the car from Bob Ward, and the car holds 116 records. Can you believe that? Which includes running here at the Arkansas track. He was a spectator for 15 years and came on board with ECTA, and we're glad to have Lon with us. Hope you're having a good time. You bought a good car. That was a good move. And if you're interested in getting into the sport, nose around and find out what's going on. I told you, Calvin Smith's got a couple of cars for sales back there. No telling who else does. It's not like going to an NHR event with every car there's got a for sale sign on it. These guys, cars are near and dear to them, and you'll find that normally they won't sell a car until they've got the new one built. They're always building a new one. So as we get into the last 25 minutes of this thing, the wind's staying right around 7. It looks like, looking at the flag, it looks like it's a little bit more, but it's staying around 7 right now as Lou Hammett comes out at the half miles at a 102. He's pedaling as fast as he can, goes to 115. That's a good little runner in the mile, 115.134 out of Hazel Green, Alabama. 115.134, went to 117.847 at the mile and a quarter. So he was driving that little rascal out the back door, too. Now we're trying to keep this thing rolling. Everybody keep moving. Stay in your seats. Keep your seat belts fastened. As we try to keep going, we're waiting for an all clear. We'll head back your way. Okay, that's what we're waiting on. Course is clear. We go back to the starting line, find out who it's going to be. It looks like it's going to be Andrew Wydell in the Chevrolet Corvette 211. He's laid down some numbers today. Keep an eye on him. I'm going to give you a half mile time. He went a 154 half mile in previous run, but the top end time, the mile, was a 180. He has gone as, 180 is, and he's trying to go a 181. He's gone a 180.832. He's at a 154.506, just a little bit slower. What does he do on the big end? Tries it through at a 177. Nope. Went away on him. 177. He does go a 184.540 in a mile and a quarter. A 177 was the trap time at the miles. He was only a tick off. He was at 154.719 earlier. He went a 154.506 this time in the first leg of it, but not to be. So it went away at the very end. But he's got all night tonight to work on it, put it together. Course is clear out of the little 32 Ford Roadster. Philip Laundry coming out now. Got an X in front of it. That means it must be a flathead vehicle. He made a run earlier in the day. The speed that he was getting at the mile was a 94.251. Want to thank his crew members Billy, Smith, Damon, Braves, Seeley, Landy, Speed, Joe, Curly, Mo, and Larry. Oh, okay, I added those last three. But He's been for ECTA for 5 or 6 years. A former street rider, like a lot of us are, drag racer. Now he likes to land speed race. Well, welcome to the sport, man. We're glad to have you here. He holds the record at Bonneville with another car he had. It's a flathead, but goes through the traps at a 98.901. All the kids out there and kids at heart, that's where it all started with that sound. Flatheads and a 32 roaster on the Bonneville Salt Flats in El Mirage. That's where this industry came from. And this guy's got that little flathead pumping at a 99.635. Thanks for the memories, Philip. Keep them alive, boy. That's something that you and I have a responsibility to do, is to keep this era of motorsports alive for the future generations. It's moving so fast and everything. I was talking to Ralph Shaheen earlier today, and we were talking about some things, and things that you and I have done that we just kind of take for granted. If we don't tell somebody, nobody's going to know about it. Not that it's illegal or anything, I don't think. But anyway, it's just, think about that. Your grandkids and your great-grandkids, what are they going to know about you other than a tombstone in the yard somewhere? Let them know leave your legacy behind you. Let them know what's going on. It's a 37 sedan delivery. This is a young lady I was talking to a little bit earlier. Real name is Temperance, but we're going to call her KT Boyd. KT Boyd out of Camden. She's out of Michigan. And one of the Michigan mob guys, we call her up there, Michigan Madman. But she wants to thank the garage shop for helping her out. Kenny's Components for helping. Simpson Safety Equipment and a 34A Motorsports for helping out. Cool kid. She's doing her check runs. She's doing a real good job. She goes through it at 80.264. Way to go, girl. I had a chance to interview her a little bit when we went on our break today. It was really neat. Her mom was with her, and it just makes you feel good when you meet. You know, kids are like that. Young people, out there like that. They're still out there, and you and I need to work with them, and they need to work with us, and we need to keep this thing going. Schrader comes out in another Yamaha. This time it's to the R3. But TK doing her thing in the 80-mile-an-hour bracket. Keep Rice-Air rebuilders in mind. They're more than rebuilders. Believe me, these guys put the SEMA stuff together, the PRI stuff together. They're geniuses. You run into these guys around the country are spread out, but these guys, they're based out of Evansville, Indiana. They could be a do or deal. Schrader on the Yamaha comes through. He's tucking. This guy looks like a bear riding a football. Look at how little bitty the bike seems to be with him. Ning, 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 ning. Boo. Tops the timer at a 98.825. 98.825. Gentlemen, be advised, we're down to 15 minutes. 15 minutes of track time left today. I'm going to try to check our records, see how many runs this guy's made. Tom made a ton of runs. So all Eagles got, everybody bought in and everything with all these vehicles. Clark Rosenstengel coming out now in a 210 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Fremont, Michigan. Half mile earlier, get this. Earlier, we're going to compare these times. Earlier in the half mile, he won a 200.044 at the half mile. At the mile, he won a 238 with a 917. So let's compare them right now. He's trying to better at the half mile. Just keep an eye on him. He's not running yet. I'll let you know. Okay, he's starting to make his move now. He's trying to go better at the half mile than a 200.044. Let's see what he does. Nope, doesn't do it. Goes to 199.468. Trying to go better than 238 at the begin. No. Got up on the rev limiter there. He was just about to make it. 236.345 at the mile. Smoke coming out. Starting line, be advised, we're going into a situation on the top end of the track. we're running against the clock right now, so we'll try to get things squared away on the big end of the track. Everybody stay patient, stay ready. You get a call. It's going to be a quick call. We're winding down on time. So Rosenstengler, it's a good run, man. It had a good run going. It hit the chip right before the mile mark. You could hear him get up on the rev limiter, and it hit the chip, and it kind of stuttered the engine just a tick. And then it came down when it got below the RPM where it was stuttering. It came back down. The motor sounded strong, and all of a sudden it went away. I don't know what caused that, because I guess it's going back up on the chip. It's the only thing I can figure out.
Let's do a course hold for a minute. I'm going to go out real quick and make sure there's nothing on the course.
Okay, we got a course hold right now.
Course hold for a track check.
They're going to go into a course hold so they can check. It sounds like a clothing apparel, doesn't it? The course hold for the holding going on at the end of the track to make sure there's no oil down there. And the course hold is in aisle 3.
You got a compliment from Franz. You got a compliment from Franz saying that you're doing. Yeah.
I'm trying to get this on my fires.
He said he's gonna join us next year.
Don't do away with that. Can you keep it? 'Cause nobody says anything nice about me. I like to read
I'll
it.
take a picture. Yeah, he said you guys are doing an amazing job on it.
Aw, it's your buddy. You're just a mom, not something.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's really great talking to everybody. We understand Franz Costello of the Costello Brothers Hirewire Act many years ago, based out of Evansville, Indiana. And then Franz went into tap dancing. And of course, everybody knows that he went over to be the well, never mind, that's a different guy. Okay, but he used to dominate the southern Indiana, western Kentucky area with the pro stock cars. And Costello owned a very successful body shop in Evansville, Indiana. We appreciate him calling in and checking with us. And thanks for the memories, man. It was fun, wasn't it? Got more to come, I'm really surely hoping. Appreciate you, a lot of people coming in. I just noticed we're getting some responses. And we appreciate you taking the time to give us the responses. These people are working real hard to keep this event going for you. And I think I really think this is a pivotal event for this sport, because we're proving that people will come to one of these things. You give them a good facility, they're going to give you quality cars, and that's what it's all about. Man, the 200-mile-an-hour number's been knocked around here like a pool ball. And everybody's having a good time, and that's what it's all about. So the ECTA, I want to thank Steve and CJ for keeping it going, man. It's I think we're looking at the future right here. I really, really do. I was kind of around when drag racing got started. I was kind of around when I was there when monster trucks got going, and I'm getting the same feeling here. This time I'm a little bit older, but everything else is about the same. It's kind of the friendships there, the camaraderie's there, everybody's there. You're going to run on a surface. You don't have to worry about getting it rained out. You don't have to worry about rutting up or anything like that. You know it's going to be flat. You know it's going to be straight. You got good, tremendous pit area at these things. So everything's got, you're at an asphalt airport or a concrete airport. So a lot of good things can come out of this mile land speed racing. And I think it will. I really do. I think people are looking for a venue like this, because you can come in at your own level and do what you want to do. I mean, if you only want to go 150 mile an hour, buy you something and go 150 mile an hour and see what it's all about. See if you want to go faster. You don't have to come in and run against world record, national record holders and all this stuff just to get in the show. You're in the show. You are the show. So think about that. Come and be with the ECTA and talk to Steve and CJ and see what they got going for you. You can look on the internet. The ECTA will be more than happy to. They got names and phone numbers and addresses. Even got pictures in there of the organization and the people that are involved with it. And we'd love to have you, if you're thinking about it, we'd love to have you come and look at us and consider us, because we're having fun, we're messing with cars, and we're doing it safely. What else could you ask for? Kind of sounds like your mom talking to you about going on a date, doesn't it? Okay, we'll figure that out a little bit later. But anyway, a lot of people, right now we're in kind of a hole. We're in a time pinch because we got, I believe, a 10-minute window before the track. We understand. I don't know in this sport what happens. If you close the track at a time, like at 6 o'clock today, if you're in the lanes, if they'll run you on through, or if you're in the lanes, they close the track at 6 o'clock. So I don't know. Some different sanctioning bodies have different ways of doing that. I know that Steve wants to keep these guys running and gals running as much and as long as possible. And, man, some of these guys have made 4 and 5 runs today. And you go to other events, man, you'll sit and wait forever before you make 2 runs. But these guys have made 4, 5, 6s. Well, this guy on his motorcycle's got about 8 motorcycles run about 100 times through this thing, and he's having a ball. But right now, Vance Kirshner and a 2018 Dodge Charger Demon out of Delaware. He's always wanted to go fast, and he picked a good car to do it. He's trying to go faster than 210 mile an hour. I can't tell him. He wrote in here. He raced a cop over the weekend, but I can't tell you that because you're just not supposed to do things like that. But I will tell you one thing. Yesterday he was running and he got out at about 100 mile an hour. He rolled the car out. This is not like drag racing. We have a shock start. You can roll the car, and that's what he did. He rolled it out yesterday. Got up to 100 mile an hour, mashed the throttle, and it just, boom, made so much horsepower, it did what they call blew the tires away. So that's much horsepower he's making. Half mile, he's trying to go better than 163, doesn't he? Goes to 160, so he's got to pick it up right now, and the big end car looks good coming through. 188, 188.166. I wish you could be here with me because, like I say, we're sitting at the finish line, and these guys go past us. And when they're mojoing, believe me, they don't want to lift that throttle. They're feeling good. That's euphoria from the 1.25 miles on, buddy, to the turnoff for the pit road. They are in heaven. We didn't get the number he's looking for. He's there. He's a player, the 199. I know he wanted to get that 200, but the 190. 188, that's a good number to work from. Vance will be back hopefully tomorrow working with us, based out of Delaware. And we're waiting right now for Ted Higginbotham in his 13 Corvette out of College Station. We've seen Ted a couple of times today. Now, his half-mile time on the run he kept was a 181.855. That's at the half mile. The mile he's trying to get better than is a 217. So let's see what he does. At the half mile, I'll give you the number. He's trying to go better than a 181. Here he comes. Anything better than a 181 is good. He goes to 181. He's there. He's going quicker than he has been. Now he's got to better 217.024. 217.024 he goes. 216. 216.190. Laying the law. Man, that guy had a run going out of College Station, Texas. 216.190. He's trying to bump on the other side of a 217.024. Just a blink of an eye. Boy, he was there on that half track. He had to go better than a 181.855, and he did it. Steve Stroop coming out now. Stroop, Kumi, out of hometown, I believe that's Evansville, Indiana. Or as some of the wrestling fans know, it's Parts Unknown is where the stars come from. Steve is going to, I don't know what vehicle he's going to be driving here right now. You and I are going to have to learn together. Steve's trying to get a little enjoyment. He works himself silly. He and his wife, CJ, do. So every now and then he'll go over and get into a car, and that's exactly what we got right now. Caution, track's clear. For the first time today, Steve's going to be able to relax. He's strapped with a Simpson fire suit into a car. He's in his own world right now. He fires a motor. He doesn't have a problem in the world. Let's see what he's going to do. Rolls over. This is the most peaceful he will be today. Everybody else will be wired up, stuck to the ceiling and everything. No, man, this kid mellows out. Everybody else out there at this point in time is like tap dancing in a minefield. You don't know what's going to happen. Steve, no, man, he rolls in, takes his time. Now, he built a lot of cars. He built Jack Rogers' car, and he's a tremendous chassis builder and everything, but safety, man, he builds safety. Matter of fact, Rogers got on his head, I think a year or two ago, in the car. A car got on his head, and didn't do any damage at all. It did some scratches on the top. Franz Costello took care of that, but this car that Steve's driving. I don't know which one it is. I just have to wait and see like you will. And for you folks at home, just kind of squint your eyes like you're seeing it way down. Again, we're a mile away from the start. All we can see is movement. Once we see movement, we can start looking for what's going on. I do not see any yet. Now, Steve is the guy that makes the call on what time the course ends. I knew he was going to run before 6 o'clock. Oh, look at this. Hey, look here. We got a number going. 109 at the half mile. No, shut it off. He's coasting. Coasted at a 113. That's okay. He's happy. But he had something going for him. Now, that car itself, Jack Rogers normally drives the car out of Evansville, Indiana, and a developer up there, and very involved in motorsports, has been for quite a while. But that's the car he took the ride in a couple of years ago at Bonneville. And they found something going for him, and Steve wanted to jump in and kind of test it out. I think Jack may take a run tomorrow. I don't know. Jack is a licensed driver and drives the car himself and does good. Steve just kind of takes care of the car for him. But today it's not going to be the day. The half mile, he only went at 109, cut the throttle on it, and coast through faster than he went through the half mile, so he had some speed going for him. So we're getting down on time. This is what it's all about now. Course is clear. I don't know who the number 2 guy is in that lineup there, but I guarantee you he's antsy. Whoever's behind, the guy that's coming next, you better be ready, all right? Eddie Martin out of Coal Valley, Illinois, Yamaha. Another motorcyclist taking a shot at this one. His half-track previous run was a 195. Let's see if he can better that. We'll watch him from there. Trying to go on the other side of 195. Nope, doesn't do it. He goes to 187. Good run, a 215. A good run for Sadie, but a 215 is not going to get the job done. 215.208. 215.208 at the mile. He went to 217.654 at the mile and a quarter. Half mile, 187. Mile, 215. Mile and a quarter, 217. The track's still holding horsepower. The wind really seems to kind of calm down a little bit. If nothing else, the wind's blowing straight up the track right now. So how many we have left in the staging area?
You know, Army, we got about a dozen left, and we're not taking any more new customers. So whoever's in line is our...
The line's closed. Close the door. We understand we got like 11 or 12 car vehicles left. So that's it, boys. If you're not in the lanes, we'll see you tomorrow, okay? I think we'll get going about 8 o'clock in the morning. So if you're not in the lanes now, go ahead and put it back in the trailer. And we'll see you in the morning. The track will be secured after the last vehicle in the lines now has made their runs. Ken McDonaldson out of Delmington, Delaware. A lot of Delaware guys coming over here. Now, this is the guy I was telling you about earlier. You've got that good-looking yellow Yinko Camaro. He's trying to go on the other side of a 190.880. Okay, he's down 5 miles an hour right now in both locations, so they'll go back and bump that up a little bit. I don't know if it's going to have to have timing in it or fuel, but the wind was down. He had barely any wind going against him. The wind is coming straight up the track. Who we got coming out next? We should be dwindling the number down in the staging areas. McDonald doing a good job. That guy's been working, beating on that Camaro, trying to get it squared away, and he's doing it. He's getting there. If he's playing hand grenades, he'd hit something by now, I'll guarantee you. But we'll have to wait till tomorrow and see if he can get to that. He's trying to get to that 200 mile an hour. I know he is. And I'm kind of hoping for him that he does, because he earns it. He's worked hard for it. They've cleared the course, waiting for the next competitor to roll around the corner to let us know who it's going to be. Starting line to come back to us. We'll let you know who that's going to make the show for him. Got guys coming, people coming from. Got a wad from Delaware. Got a bunch of guys from Texas. We haven't seen run yet. The M2K organization, we haven't seen, if any, of their vehicles make a pass yet, and everybody wants to see them make a run, but I guess they're saving the best for tomorrow, and we'll just have to wait and see what's going on. Beautiful, beautiful equipment back there, and I kind of want to see them make a run. The boys from Detroit, Michigan, the home of rock and roll, they bought a wad down here, and they're ready to go racing with these guys. So, like I say, it might just be like cattle around water. They're going to wait until one of the key people, I don't know who it is, but one of the key people is going to start his vehicle and go into the lanes, and when he does, it's going to be like a flood, like opening a dike. Everybody's going to get in the lanes behind him, but they want him to go first. And it's kind of like having a slapping contest or a gunfight or whatever you want to say. Lost my computer.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. So right now, we're waiting for a clear course sign to come up. Control's working on things, so everybody's working feverishly to get these guys through. Delaware Ryder made his run a moment ago in the Yinko. We saw him, like I say, he's trying to go to the 200, trying to get that number. But he's come a long, long way. Went to 190, up to a 190 with an 8. So he's working his way. He's whittling. I'll tell you that right now. He's going after somebody. We're waiting right now for the computer to come up for us. We're dealing with a unique kind of, you're dealing with electricity and everything. It's kind of spooky. Because you can get fluctuations and surges and so on and so forth, and that's what we're fighting down here too. And we're going to get it squared away. Everybody that was in the lanes, we'll get you out. Don't worry about it. If you were not in those lanes, don't even come up there. Okay, just take the wife and kids, put the car in a trailer, and go back to Dairy Queen or something.
All right. We are. We can, ready to send one.
Okay, Kelly Bias coming out now in the Chevy Corvette out of Cypress, Texas. Half mile past. I'm gonna give you numbers before and now. Half mile before was a 116 for Kelly, but had problems after that and busted down to a 96 mile an hour after the mile. So let's see what happens. Trying to go better than 116.45. Oh, this is one of the M2K Motorsports operation guys, and have the standing mile record. 263. We're dealing with the player here. This may be the first time I've seen this vehicle today. A number like a 263, you remember. And I really want to see what this M2K organization can do because, man, everything back there is first class. Whoa, motor let go on something let go. Yep. That's it. Motor, he's getting off to the side. But he definitely haven't. We didn't see any fire or anything come. No body panels blew off or anything, but something did let go in the engine compartment. We'll see. I don't know what the driver's instructions are here, if they're to get out of the car and let people know they're okay, or what the status is there to let the safety crew know. But I'm still seeing some stuff coming out of the vehicle. What do you say? We understand a tow truck is on its way.
The smoke has stopped. It is no longer smoking.
The wrecker is going to enter the course, and he's on his way.
Okay, we got a wrecker en route to the location. Everybody just sit tight. Kind of funny to get down to the last 10 minutes of the day and everything really knuckles up here. Not nobody's fault, but I would really... Costello.
she's leaking, then we're closing course.
Who you talking? Oh, no, I agree with that.
I think it's
If we're voting, I'm voting yes. You got to vote too.
we're already 6 minutes past.
Huh?
We're already 6 minutes.
We're gonna
6:06.
close course for the evening because it's gonna take us at least another 20 minutes to get back up, and then we're just gonna be fighting sunset again. So if we've got to still on track, then we're winding it up for the day.
Okay. Is it getting cold off right now?
I'm not going to announce anything. You declare me to announce something.
Are you on site, Cole?
Well, everyone could take it.
God, I'm just like, I swear to God, this is Friday night. We're not having school tomorrow. I'm going home.
What? Army, your mic's still on?
Okay, race control just came back and said they're going to try to empty out what we have in that staging area. We appreciate you guys being patient with us. Seems like we've got a big rush here, and things started kind of like a rope. We were trying to push it. We need to work and pull it, and that's what we're going to do right now. So stay with your vehicles. We'll be getting ready to go in just a second. It'll be quick calls for everybody. So I don't know how many vehicles we have left in that lane in the staging area, but you need to be ready because we're going to try to run you through there as quick as we can. We're losing light. That's going to affect everybody, and because these electronic cell lights are different than mine and yours, and you can see we're losing some light right there right now. So if you haven't bought your T-shirt yet, you need to get over and get your T-shirt. Thanks to all the food people for working with us today. Thank you all you racers, man. It's been a great day. Ralph Shaheen and his crew, it's good bumping into you guys again. And Ralph kind of talking about the old days. And congratulating you on what you turned in to be, buddy. You and your crew have turned in to be a fine organization, and I'm glad to tell people I know you. And, that's enough. I appreciate your friendship. Right now, we're waiting to find out what's happening, and as soon as we do, the status is the car that had the problem didn't affect the track. The crew got it squared away. It should be back in the pit area. Those that were sitting in the staging lanes at the time of the incident, we're going to go ahead and empty them out. We are past our 6 o'clock deadline that we said we're going to work with. But operations said, since you sat in those staging lanes, we're going to live up to our end of the bargain and run you down the track even though it's after 6 o'clock. Got the word from the top end of the track. It looks like the track's ready for everybody. Now we're going back to the start line, check on there. Who's ever up there, you better be ready. We're going to be coming your way real quick. Looks like, our buddy Tommy. I wonder if he's one of those 12 guys up there about 3 times. Tom Schaefer on the Ducati this time, little V2. He's got to be the king of his neighborhood for all the kids. He rides these smaller motorcycles. And the guy's big as a mountain, but in the neighborhood, Mr. Schaefer's got a motorcycle. Here we go, he's running, man. This guy's got a run going now, that's for sure. Half mile 150.95. Look, this guy's ripping. 169.779. It's still there. How about that? Matter of fact, backed it off through the trap, still going to 125. But a 169.779, a good number for the Tom Schrader operation. I need to run him down tomorrow myself. He runs so many times that I don't have any information on the guy. And I'd like to meet him, see what's going on. Probably go out in the pit area and see a sign that said used motorcycles, and that's Tom's operation back there. He just goes and picks one out and goes racing. But we really appreciate his tenacity and everything that's staying with us, and it seems to work for him. We got a clear track again. Once again, it'll be quick calls, gentlemen. Be Fred Gamamo. Another Kawasaki motorcycle boys rolling in now. Fred, another person we don't have any paperwork on. We need to find out who he is. If we don't have paperwork by the third day, I get to make up stuff about you guys. Remember that. Got a decent little run going, coming down the right side of the track. Looks good. No. He's gonna wave it off. Only 146 mile an hour. He wasn't liking it, so he just pulls off. A street bike. I mean, it's street legal, got the light and everything going, so very wisely, not comfortable on the run, pulls it away. So, Fred, like to get you squared away. Next in line, please. As we start emptying the chutes up there. Kind of like the Houston Rodeo. Time to empty the chutes, boys. Let's go. Okay, got a little run going as Mark Wheeler, little Pontiac Firebird, just kind of rolling through 170 mile an hour to half mounty, but lifted on it, just kind of motored through to 119. So not the run he was looking for. They'll be going back and doing some work. I don't know what time class calls are in the morning, but there'll be some guys doing some work in here tonight. Don't know what the rules are on staying over in the raceway or how that works. Every venue is a little bit different. So Steve Strepp and his wife, CJ, want to thank them for all they do. Man, we really appreciate it. Jack Rogers, appreciate your participation in the sport. We appreciate all our sponsors, all you guys from Risinger, Rebuilding. Thanks a lot for coming over and being with us. Holly, Compcams, keep them in mind. Jasper, Vet Motorsports, Waste Pro, and CT Performance. Bayview Equestrian Center, thanks a lot for your support. First Body Shop, hey, what can I say? Aaron Brown, man, you guys always go. You always show up at the class operation, class riding, and class people, and we appreciate that because I think you're dealing with the class sport here, and we're glad to have you involved with us. Jones and Lowe, want to thank their agency for their support. Safety Clean, for all they do for the sport, not only our sports, but your business and industry. Safety Clean, keep them in mind for all that's going on. And Performance Plus, what can we say? The name says it all. So as we get ready to wind this thing down this afternoon, we're waiting to find out how many are left in the pits.
How many are left there? Did more customers show up after we told more customers not to show up?
I think somebody played a sneaky poo game on us. We told you to secure the gates. We understand there are 7 more vehicles back there. I'm not saying they shouldn't be, but I am saying I think we should only have 5 more back there.
Maybe 1.
4 more back there. Look at the last 3 guys in line. They're looking around, going, nobody talking about me. I tell you what, we have to make the call, but it's based on the line of sight, safety factors, and so on and so forth. So we're going to try to get everybody through. We told you we'd do that. But when we ask you to close the line, we're doing it for a reason, okay? So just kind of work with us. We're gonna be fair to everybody and get everybody to get going. But right now, we were under the impression we only have 5 vehicles remaining back in that staging lane based on information we had earlier, and we're getting more vehicles. So please do not take any more vehicles into the staging lane. So this is the point in time when the announcer's supposed to be talking. He's so tired right now, he didn't know what to talk about. Like duck hunters up here. Everybody's sitting here looking out the windows, trying to see something move. You know, our head engineer, he's sitting here like he's calling in a rocket run on a bomb run on something. He's ready to go with his thing.
All right, Tower, this is Shutdown. Course is clear. Course is clear.
We got a clear course. Let's go. Who's next? Let's go. Hubba. All you folks at home that can't see this is kind of an overcast now. We had a clear afternoon today, and then we had some overcast come in. It's cleared back out, but now it's getting late in the evening, or later in the evening. And we're at 6:15 on Central Time here, so sun's starting to shade a little bit. And what that does is it affects your timing equipment. It's all electronic and everything, and all the beams got intertangled and everything. And somebody's making a shot through. It'd be David Cole. Woo, what a number, 209. 209.790. It's not the number he's looking for. He's actually went earlier today went a 216, but a 209 is definitely not bad. It'll give you something to think about. He mile was a 209. He went a 206 at the mile and a quarter. So at the mile he backed on the throttle. So that's the number he got to run. That was a good test run for him. Getting ready for tomorrow, because it looks like tomorrow's going to be a real busy day. And a lot of these guys, I could see later on in the afternoon, are bouncing around on their speeds, and what they're doing, they're making changes to see how it's going to affect the vehicle, because tomorrow they're not going to be able to do that. They're not going to have as many times to make runs tomorrow as they did today. Course is clear. Brian Mason, 18 Chevrolet Corvette out of Stockbridge, Michigan, now making a shot. Brian made an earlier run at the half mile to 168. Let's see what he does here. He's trying to better a 194. 168 was the half track time. We see him rolling, headlights going, FM radio going, windshield wipers going. Everything that guy's got in that car, he's got going right now. Trying to go better than one. He doesn't. He goes 10 miles slower. So he's trying to go in the 194. Look for him to go maybe a 180 something if he doesn't pick it up real big. He's got a good run going, but I don't think it's going to be there. No, not a bad run. It goes to 192. Not a bad number at all. As a matter of fact, he actually sped up after the mile. Mile, he went a 192. At the mile and a quarter is a 202 at the mile and a quarter. So, hey, that guy's booking. Brian Mason out of Stockbridge, Michigan. Laid down a good one right here at the end of the day. Anar Hennessy, 216 Camaro Super Sport. Hennis, I believe it is. Anar Hennis. Amar. Okay, we got that squared away. Amar Hennis, I believe it is. Again, I apologize. My enunciation is just a little bit different than a lot of people's. And I'm sorry, I don't want to mispronounce anybody's name. He got a good one going here. He's trying to go better. He went a half mile, was a 268. Man. He's one of them guys that like to drive it through. Believe me, he went a 197.282. With a mile and a quarter, he went a 203. These mile and a quarters are picking up some numbers here late in the day. Went a 203.390, but the mile was a 197.282. What's amazing? That's a street vehicle. Isn't that awesome? Can you imagine your mom's 55 Chevrolet going this kind of speeds, trying to get you to Little League practice or ballerina practice or whatever? Okay, Christopher Burns coming out now. Another age motorcycle guy's ganging up here. Kawasaki. It's a ZX14R. R indicates a racing vehicle. It's out of Porter, Texas. Christopher Burns. He's trying to go better. The half mile before was a 216 at the half mile. A 246 at the mile. Let's see what he does here. We're going to try to watch him make a move, but it's going to be hard for. I see him moving. Okay, let's watch the half mile time. I'm trying to go better than 216. Doesn't do it. 209. He's got her really going the other end. Now he's trying to go better than 246. He's coming. He's got her going. Nope. Back on it right there. Just rode through it at 128. Next rider or participant, be ready. We'll be going quick as soon as we get it all clear on the track. Cyclist made a good going, trying to get an exit off the track, nothing on the track. As Christopher Burns and that Kawasaki is going to wait for another time, another day to make it happen out of Porter, Texas. Hey, James Danvellet, excuse me. Chevy S10. I met him yesterday. He was I believe he had turbocharged in that little rascal. I think he made a run yesterday. Had some problems with one run. Came back with another run with dynamite. And at the mile yesterday, he went a 2:14. At the half mile, he went a 1:84. So this guy could be a player, and the air is not going to affect him running the turbo that he's running. Goes a 180. I got a 181 at the half. Look at that. Boy, that sucker was nose down to the ground like a big bloodhound. Goes to 186 at the mile and a half. It goes to 210 at the mile, 210. So a 2:14 will still be his best time on the mile. He goes to 2:10 late in the day today. But the big number here was a 181 at the half mile. Boy, that sucker comes on. Those little turbo guys, when they start building horsepower, remember your kid used to take those little rubber bands on the airplanes, you turn them, and the tighter you go to them, the faster and farther they'll go? Well, they're turning them pretty tight, and they ain't rubber bands. They're pushing some air down in them babies. You mix that air with some fuel. Course is clear. Jim Cross coming out in his 1916 Dodge Challenger out of Derby City, Kansas. Derby, Kansas. He's in the show with the 206 at a half-mile run, was a 174 for him. Let's see what he does on this one. He's moving now, trying to go better than 174. That'll give us an idea of what he's going to do. 154, 20 miles down. He's going to have to pick it up big time. I don't think it's there. It looks like he's just kind of stroking it now. Yeah, he's not leaning on it. So he goes through the lines at 101.787. So Derby, Kansas native, he's going to have to get back and get going. Cross, like I say, out of Derby, Kansas, the Dodge Challenger. Half mile was 154. Earlier in the day, he'd gone a 174 and a half mile. Earlier in the day, he'd gone 206. Not to be the case this time, as that 154 told him he didn't want to push the car any harder this evening. Do what? 145, and guess what? It's going to be the last vehicle down the track today, and everybody be on the alert between here and the Holiday Inn when this car makes a run. Everybody be hollering, hold the door, as Whitehead. He's been running real good. I'm really pulling for this guy. The Huffman, Texas, and the Camaro, 213 Camaro, he's trying to go better than a 195 at the half. Let's see. Last man standing. It's not bad air for racing right now. Really, if we were racing, this would be good. I mean, you're going to race with air like this and a little bit heavier at night anyway, and you get the heavier air, it kind of helps you make your fuel work a little bit different. Huffman, Texas native. It's all in his hands right now. He knows where he's got to go. He's moving right now. Trying to go better than 195 at the half. I don't think he's going to do it. I think he's already shut the car down. Yep. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that's going to wrap up the motorsport part of the event today. Toby not be able to get the run he wanted in. Like I say, he's definitely a runner. He's been making things go for him. Half mile at 195. He just rolls through at a 69 mile an hour now. You got to make it last for him. Good running car, good sounding car, good stability car. Look at the front end. Look at the attitude of that car. Tell you what he might want to do is try to get the rear of that car a little bit lower to get that spoiler out of the air. See how it nose down in the spoiler. The lower he gets the back of that car, the less that spoiler is going to trip the air. So we appreciate him coming. He and the crew will work it out and get it squared away. But on behalf of the ECTA, Joe Strupp and his wife, CJ, we appreciate you coming out and being with us. And on behalf of all the volunteer staff that are working with them today, we appreciate your all support. Everybody did a great job. Good job. I don't know how many passes we made today. We'll find that information out and let you know. But everybody did a good job. All the engineers, the timing people. What can we say, man? You're right up here with the best of them. Got everything going for you. But right now, somebody's got to go get Tony Whitehead. 250 passes today. That's a number. 250 passes. How about that? So, Mr. Whitehead, we'll be getting somebody out your way in just a moment. Right now, everybody, I think, is heading for the Holiday Inn, but we'll just have to wait and see. But, again, thanks a lot for letting me cut up with you a little bit. My name's Army Armstrong. I've really enjoyed being with you. Really great to meet the new people I've met. Good to see Ralph Shaheen and his crew again, and the guys from 3 Rangers. I wish you guys all the best in what you're doing. Hopefully we'll get a chance to visit with you tomorrow. But you folks back home, always remember, if you know somebody in the beverage industry, a buyer, seller, or whatever, tell them you're looking for some 3 Rangers whiskey. 3 Rangers whiskey is what you're looking for. It's a brand new product out there. The product is tied to the Black Hawk Down fellas, the Ranger operations, the 375th Ranger operations. That you'll see the 375 number on the bottle itself in some locations. So we'll tell you a little bit more about that tomorrow. But thanks to all the racers, the crew members, the families, everybody. It's been a pleasure working with you today. And let's all be safe and be back here again tomorrow. Okay? Thank you very much. Good Lord willing, we'll all get back together and do it again. I'm Army Armstrong. Have a great night. Be sure to tell your kids you love them. Tell your wife, too. Goodbye.